And we're off. Another one, another day. Oh my word!
Another year. Another year. I mean, let's talk about that.
Yeah. So, just I suppose a quick intro. We're going to be doing, showing. I don't know how many. I think probably 20 plus parts of 26, maybe 22, something like that. I don't know. Quite a few. And we're going to be launching the open beta. It's today, but really tomorrow. You'll get them in your accounts hopefully tomorrow. Is that correct, Juice?
Monday. give me a day to make sure that I don't do anything stupid.
Well, to be fair, I didn't say which month. No, I did say
true enough, right.
Anyway, so Monday it is. Right, okay. So that's the open beta on Monday. That means that the upgrade path, if you want that cheaper, is going to run out on Monday, I think, or Sunday night, Monday. I don't know what time, but effectively, if you obviously like what you see today, I would get your upgrades in as quickly as you possibly can, because it runs out from Monday, then it goes up to the normal price. So the open beta, we've tested all the plugins that are in there. Some of them are still works in progress, still being adjusted and altered, and that's going to continue, hence the reason open beta. So obviously, when you're doing the testing of the new features, there'll be videos made available to sort of walk you through them, or a lot of them, over the next few weeks, I think. And obviously, we're going to be showing a lot today, walkthrough, so you can always go back over this video as well. We've had obviously some time with some of them, very little time with others, so we're bound to make mistakes today, and errors. Of course, I'm really talking about me, but almost certainly will happen. So so that's kind of what we're going to be showing. I'm not going to go through what they are until we get to much. What I could do. What do you think, Juice? So I talk through what we're going to show, or?
Oh, why not? I mean, we're here at the very beginning of the thing. I'm sure people are just now, finding the links and making sure that they're here. So, a good intro to, put Sean on the spot. I think that'll work.
Well, Sean's going to be perfect. Just to add even more pressure. And Juices, oh my God, they're no, anyway. Okay, so just a quick thing about obviously the past, just so we sort of do a quick catch up. So from 23 to 25, we did obviously updated the procedural geometry. That's still work in progress, keeps on going. Rig it, step it, weight brush, edge slide, LightWave flow, instance brush, LightWave Pro Tools, and obviously there's loads of those. The Unreal Bridge, we need to update that. We haven't had time to do that yet. For the latest one, but it's good. The text generator in layout, OpenVDB sort of updated quite a bit, which is good. Pick it, hand it, Python 3, construct, displacement brush. Did I say Ripper already? But Ripper, obviously, we've updated the reconstruction filters. Still some lack of knowledge there on the rendering, how to set that up. It's really easy. But maybe if we get a chance, we'll show you that today. But I think we're aiming to make that a default setup, probably by the time we do the release in 3-4 weeks' time. So anyway, that actually is excellent. But again, a lot of people just don't know how to use it, which is we need to sort of help them with. Tune filter, which I used the other day, by the way, outstanding system. So obviously that's in there. DP Verdure, supernormals. There's, it says in new box tools, not sure what that is. Super Patcher, there's the RenderMan sort of shaders, DP kit, DP filter, turbulence, upgrades, and there's been quite a few of those happening over since we launched it initially. So what are we going to be showing today? So some of the stuff you've seen bits of or very early versions of, some of the stuff you haven't seen at all. Some of the stuff is brand new, which we kind of kept back and just on the hope we get it. There's a few things which are really close but missing today, but they're relatively easy things to miss, and there's one or two things which will still take a bit longer, which I think I've explained in previous demos. So let's just give you a quick rundown of some of the things we're going to show today. So Ripper 2 we're going to show, which is substantially faster and greatly sped up. Gaussian splats, that's more about showing how you can view that in LightWave and animate within LightWave, which is great, and then obviously use Octane to render that out, and so on and so forth. Motor rig, so we're going to show that. That's still being updated. There's I wouldn't say so much bugs, it's more features being added and some things that, oh, we didn't think of that, let's add that in, and so on and so forth. But the release in the open beta is excellent, and will serve most people exceptionally well. For a couple of people who are doing some high-end stuff, there's a few things we need to add, which we're doing. Thor, which is the lightning generator, I'm not sure we've shown that before, I think we may have done. Snow, that's going to be a very quick demo because I've had about 5 minutes reminding myself how to use it today. Advanced placement, that is actually amazing. Advanced placement is one of those things where we thought this is going to be, very simple, very basic, but actually it's got an immense amount of power to it. And of course that works with Ripper 2, so it's great for doing your pre-visualization, etc. There's an asset browser, which really is considerably more than just an asset browser, really. So Sean's going to be showing you that a little later on. It's very, very good. There's the window node. So the window node we've done, some of you may have also seen a more complicated version of the window node, which we're hoping to add as well at some point going forward. But the first one we're going to show today is the easy one. So we're going to be showing hopefully the window node. There's the fillet tool, fracture. Did we talk about fracture? I think you may have seen that before. Ocean, spiderweb, I think that's new, which you haven't seen. There's the camera tracker in 2D and 3D. That's had fairly extensive work ongoing over the last few months. So both are excellent. The 2D tracker, I think Sean was finishing this morning. It's pretty good. Loads of updates to Octane. I don't think we'll be showing much detail on that, but we will talk that through and show maybe a few bits and bobs from that as well. Of course, I'm dumping Sean in it when I say that. I have no idea if he's showing it at all. So anyway, probably should have checked. Anyway, bend to curve, that's new, that's really cool. Advanced bevel, that's really cool. There is a fiber effects update. We're not going to be showing that today, but more talking it through. I think we may have a video to show, I don't know, but we're certainly going to talk that through. There's LightWave to Godot or Godot, the game engine. Godot. G'day. Anyway, right, okay, so we got that. There's another update to Construct, which is really good. There's glTF, USD. So a couple of things missing. The SDF, I think I got that right, SDF, which is coming later in the year. And there is also missing today, but we're really close on Chronosculpt. So Chronosculpt basically was working and we broke it. So, what can you do? But we aim to have that within a couple of weeks or a week. It should be on the beta. So a couple of things. So we're showing a lot today, and quite a few things there you've never seen. So hopefully that's going to be good fun. And obviously, just bear in mind we haven't had an awful lot of time practicing the demos. I think basically 24 hours, and so we'll do the very best we can. We're bound to make mistakes. Just bear with us. And also under the glare of a camera, it's easy to make more mistakes. And I'm literally just setting that up for me, really, aren't I, guys? So I'm going to make mistakes, and everybody else is perfect. Okay, so that's pretty much what we're going to be doing, what we're going to be showing. It's going to be over maybe 2, maybe 3 sessions over the next few hours. So we started last year's launch. I think we started at about 11 o'clock in the morning UK time, which of course was lousy for the American side, great for most of the European side. We decided to start today at 4 o'clock because we thought it would be able to cater for the American side a little bit easier. I think California it's 9 o'clock, hopefully, around that sort of time. And that kind of meant that we could hopefully get some more of the American market involved on it, which, let's see. So 4 o'clock, obviously we've started. We'll be starting demos. Some of those demos are long, some of them are short. We'll take a break, probably an hour, hour and a half in, and then probably that break will only be 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. And then we'll be back and we'll do another session. And that will probably be one where we'll just keep going for quite a while. We're bound to need a coffee break at some point, so we might take another break. But ultimately, I don't know what time we're going to end because we've got a lot to show. So we might end at 8, 9, 10. I have no idea. It's scheduled in to go right the way through to 11. So whether we go right the way through to that length, I have no idea. But that's going to be just down to the length of the demos and so on that we produce. So I don't think I've missed anything. That's pretty much it. So I suppose on the open beta, key thing is test the things, see if there's things in there, bugs, obviously very important to get back those to us, something that makes it crash or something that's not making it not work. There is also, if you think it needs a feature, concentrate on the bugs first, the features to be added, or something if we've done a glaring omission, obviously mention it, but probably ongoing, then start to think about features. The primary thing is to make sure things are as rock solid as possible. That's what open beta is for, is so that at the point where we release it and other people are getting it who aren't on the open beta, it's as stable and as rock solid as it possibly can be. So obviously we want as much feedback as we can get on that as possible. There is 2 builds of LightWave happening. One which is immediate, which is obviously LightWave 2026. And then there's going to be a Qt version of LightWave 26, which I'm not sure. I think that's basically ready to go now, but when we're releasing that might be a week or 2, I presume, Juice, would it?
Well, Qt is deep. Qt is, or cute, and I actually have now learned from the company itself, it is cute. You actually say cute. So
there we go.
Isn't that cute? Just like it's Wacom and not Wacom. Again, learned that from the company. Anyway, Qt goes pretty deep. So that might roll out in a few months' time. It's just we haven't really gotten much going on it internally yet. We need to do that. Well, just making sure, because it does touch so much of LightWave. So we really don't want to drop that as a potential bomb. So we're going to be testing it internally, give it some time behind the scenes, and then we'll be rolling that out. It's not one of those things necessarily that will be a huge, oh my goodness, change, I don't think. It's just laying the groundwork for us to continue to advance things and to get more and more systems updated. That's the big drive of getting Qt 6 in.
You've got sort of things that worked with the old Qt Qt that wouldn't work with the new Qt.
Right? Isn't that cute?
So there we go. My first mistake of the day. I'm just going to roll that.
I've been calling it QuickTime. I mean, sorry, I thought it was an Apple thing.
Oh, good. Someone else, loused that up more than me. So that's good. So basically, the Qt is it is very, very important that we got that updated so that we could do all the other updates throughout LightWave. It also enables us to do some more things with the interface and there's substantial things that will lead to, which were mega important to get done. And it is a fairly all-encompassing thing.
Yes.
I think actually just one quick question, which we haven't got on the list, which I forgot about actually, was the when you render out the color spaces thing that Dave was working on.
OpenColor.io.
OpenColor.io. So that's coming as well, isn't it?
The thing about it is, I want to make this clear. Open Color IO has been in LightWave since 2020. It's the solidification, it's the upgrading to the current standard, it's getting more of LightWave to use it. That's what we're working on. It's not, that the version that's out there now doesn't have it. It has it. It's just not proliferated throughout the entire product.
Yeah, which it will be when we complete the new one. So that's part of the reason why I think that takes a bit of time. But I think Dave is obviously implements the Qt, and I think that the Open Color IO is throughout the program, so he's been working on that as well. So that's coming.
Right.
So that's good. I think that's kind of hopefully given everybody a little rundown of what we're going to do. Do try to stick.
See you guys.
And we're done. I suppose we haven't really run yet a running order of this. So, and that's simply because we didn't have any time to do that. So I suppose, what do we want to start off with? I could start off with maybe snow, because it's a very quick one. Give you two guys a bit of time, or do one of you want to start up with one of the big boys, or what do you fancy?
Gosh, it's up to you.
Snow it.
Shall I get snow out of the way?
Do snow.
Yeah. Okay. So
we can laugh. We can laugh.
Yeah. It'll take me a few seconds to get it up on screen, so I'll give you a few seconds. But
I will point out in your favour that the interface is still development interface. It's a mess, and the plugin's the wrong kind of plugin. It's supposed to be object replacement. It's not, so it can be glitchy. So
yeah, I mean, just to qualify that, we've been doing more and more of the plugins as master plugins, and a master plugin has the advantage if you open another plugin or another window, it doesn't close. So I think Snow is going to become a master plugin at some point. So that will make it a little bit easier to interact with and so on, and load. And it's probably the one that, there's so many things in it that just doesn't interact instantly. You have to, re-highlight something and those sort of things. Just bear in mind.
Let me address something here that's just come up, and this is a good thing, and this is a good zip. How will open beta work? Discord, maybe a new channel. This is the idea that I've been toying with, which is to just use a new channel for open beta. One of the things that I'm also in the process of trying to get sorted is whether or not, and I'm thinking honestly that it would be just better to be on open beta. Be on Discord for open beta, and have a channel for open beta bug discussion. And what we can do is we can have certain people, those that know who they are, can help vet those and get them into our bug tracking system. So I think that's just going to be the easiest. I know that Discord can get noisy, so it's just, we're just going to have to see how it goes. This is our first time doing this kind of a thing, and so we're just going to have to learn as we go. But I think that's the easiest and most straightforward.
Cool.
You ready?
No. Yeah.
No. Guys, I just want to make this announcement. I just really want to say this. We have been shattered for the last 2 weeks of trying to get things. There's so much in this version. There's so much to be shown. And it has really been, I know that Andy and I have been running on the fringe of insanity. Sean passed that line long time ago. I mean, just look at the guy.
I'm getting bored of spirit. It's getting higher and higher.
Yeah.
So, just bear with us. This is going to be a thing. Andy, you need to give me your screen so that I can put it up on the stage. I remember how to do all that.
Sorry, I didn't actually click the window.
And further we go, you'll be asking yourself, really, is he drinking water?
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to do entire. I'll do the layout. On some of them, I'm going to do the layout. Some of them, I'm going to do the entire screen. I think right now it doesn't matter if it's the entire screen, but let's do that one.
Well, if you do that, then we get to see all of your lovely icons, right?
Yeah. Let's not give everybody that pain until a little later, I think. So, am I up?
You are up. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously LightWave 2026, all good. Add a null, and then on the we're going to add a modifier, and I need to find this. And I think it's called was it falling snow or snow falling? I think
It's not showing the panels.
Yeah, give me a second.
You're actually. Did you just share layout?
He did, so it's not going to show the windows.
Oh, in fact, we won't do that. Okay, let me go back. I'll stop showing that.
See, it's going wrong already.
There,
Yeah.
right
I
off the
was being
rails.
clever.
Boom.
I'm being clever. Let me just not do that. Let me do entire screen.
Quickly drag your desktop icons over the ones.
There we go. Entire screen. God. You good?
And let's see. Let's add that to stage. There we go. Now let's see if we can see some other windows.
Just move the StreamYard. There we go.
There we go.
Can you see everything okay?
Yep, can now.
There we go. So snow falling. Okay. So so at the moment, obviously, what we often do with the master plugins, we put them in utilities. They go here and they'll be down there. I don't know whether that's going to be final position for them, but that's where they normally are. In this particular case, it's this one's under a modifier. We can also adjust the look of the particles. So if I go to, let's go particle, if I can remember what that is.
It's alphabetical.
Okay. Oh, there we go. That's cool. Right. So particles, I'm just going to make them that color. Let's make them white. Obviously, it's snow. White size. It's still too big, isn't it? Okay. All right. So I'm going to just move my camera into those. Okay. So the key thing with this is it has to cache. All right. So when you're doing this, and I don't know that this will still have to cache even when it's a master plugin, but I think some of the interactivity of it will be easier when we make it a master plugin because it will recognize things quickly, whereas as this kind of plugin, it doesn't. So at the moment, we've got our basic snow. It's default, it does that. And just to really look from the, if I go to the actual object, you can see there's the cache being built. Let me just reset that and just draw that, and you can see the cache drawing done, right? And at that point, you're good, right? So that's one of the things to remember when you're updating with this. You have to kind of just bear that in mind. So there are some basic issues with this methodology, and that is that if you want to move the camera through it, you're going to run out of particles and so on. So let me just do that with you, and then we'll do another cache. So I'll put like 30. We'll move the camera, say over there, rotate that, and then we'll do the same over here. Oops, move it that way, rotate it that way, move that forward, and then we'll just run out of space. Just for argument's sake at the moment, just go over here and bang, right? So now our particles are, we can see that, and we kind of run out of those. So in order to alleviate that problem, one of the things we've got in here is the ability to do a fostering camera, which basically keeps the particles with the camera as it moves. So, and it also limits the amount of data being used and so on. So we can go to the camera fosterum, choose the actual camera itself, and reset the cache, and then just do a new part of the animation. And this time you'll see it's not running out of the particles. Anyway, I've done them a bit too low actually. Let me just do that again. I'm going to raise up the camera, get it a little higher. Now, obviously, that's not cached, so it will go wrong a little bit until I've finished with the caching of it. Let's do that, and let's do that. Okay, go back to there. Go back to the object. Snow falling. Reset the cache, and then re-cache it. Not the greatest, my finest hour of animation, but anyway. So I want to show you how that's working, because it gives you the ability basically not to run out of particles, but also always keep them in view, but without, on very large scenes, having millions of particles falling all the time. So if I go
I'd like to quickly mention here real quick that this is snow. It can also do rain. It can, do falling. You don't have to have the moving. It can be stars. So you can do the warping. This is kind of an exploratory that gives us a tool that I don't know how many of you guys have had to do snow or rain. This is so much easier than what we had.
So if you look at that, you can see it's, and I'll put the camera highlighted actually just to show you that from the top view. Let's shrink that down a little bit. You can see the camera, it's just drawing outside the boundary of the camera view. And basically drawing the particles in as needed, as opposed to everything being on. And in a very heavy scene, that's going to make a massive difference to you. And especially if you've got a replacement object for each particle, let's say an in detail snowflake, let's say, you're obviously going to be having shed loads of particles or polygons there, and you're going to want to minimize that. So part of the reason for that level of control is to give you that capability. Let's just go back to the camera view.
I was going to say the other thing as well is the particles get within a certain distance of the camera. They go to their full size. When they're too far away, they shrink down to nothing. So you won't see them pop into existence. You will see it do that in OpenGL because you got the actual particle visible, but at render time you will see them just fade in. I won't
I was going to mention that's good. So one of the things here you can adjust is the field of view padding. If you look at this angle here, and we just take that back to 10, you can see you can pad that to be more if you wish. So it's still going to be using far less particles, but you can give yourselves plenty of padding to that if you want to. And you can adjust the near clip distance, the far clip distance, as Sean just said, and obviously the fade distance. So really easy to sort of interact with. The other thing we've also got the capability of doing, obviously, you've got some bits on here I haven't really gone through on the simulation, but there's loads of control there. You've got obviously outputting, you can save the cache and have that so that obviously everything will just work faster, it will stream that much quicker. But you also can adjust sort of the wind direction, etc. So if I just go to I'll load up a base scene, give me a second. So on this scene, I've just got the snow falling down, no camera movement. But on this one, I'm going to just adjust the physics of this so that the wind direction changes. So let's do 90 degrees. Reset the cache. Oh, why is that not? Oh, because I haven't got any wind speed on. Oh, why? Right, okay. Actually, let's make that a bit bigger. More. Reset the cache. Right, so now that's coming from behind. Actually, do you know what? Let's make it really obvious. I'm being stupid. Let's just do that. There we go. So that basically is running the snow from behind camera. So you can change the direction of the snow as much as you wish. So let's just do that. So it goes that way. So again, that works with the Frostrum camera. So it's fully controllable, the direction, the amount of turbulence noise, the strength of the turbulence, the scale of the turbulence. There's also, which I love, there's a thermal lift. So if you have an object in the scene, it will recognize those objects and then basically react to thermal updraft around those shapes. which is particularly good if you're doing a city shot and those sort of things. So again, this is very, very much work in progress. This is one that works now fine, but it is going to get better. Sean just hasn't had the time to go back onto it and do more with it. But it will be something we'll be doing more with. I would imagine fairly shortly, Sean, or do you think you're a couple of weeks?
Pretty soon. I basically just got to convert it to a different. It runs on multiple plugins, not one plugin, so you'll have the master that controls all of them. But at the moment, this is mesh displacement, which means, you know, you're limited. It can't go high. You know, you've got it set to 5,000. Was that 50,000? No, 5,000 particles. It can't go any higher because it can't add more particles. So the new version, it'll be going to the object replacement tab, and it can just add as many particles as it likes, and that includes. Someone mentioned trails. Yes, I demoed trails with the Orbit plugin. That's still just a test bed that, you know, does the orbits and all that. I'll show that later, actually. I mean, that now is a master plugin. It's not going to beta yet, but that'll come soon. But yeah, there's lots of little things. It's the cache system uses MDA, which is basically a new cache system that stores attributes as well. So, you know, like particle size, velocities, all the details that are needed for that snow or rain or hyperspeed sim.
Yeah, I mean, it's an immensely flexible tool. It's one of those tools that is so quick and easy to use. You can use it, as Juice said initially, for rain. You could do Texas hail, which is Juice knows exactly what it is.
You would have to scale those particles up quite a bit right now.
Yeah.
We actually set a record that we had pineapple-sized hail.
There we go. So that's
keep going.
That's
keep going.
Yeah, a bit faster than that, though, wasn't it? The Texas hail, I believe.
Yeah, they fall a little bit quicker.
So, sorry, just stop that. Yeah, so obviously, rain, hail, snow, numerous sort of effects you can do with it. But it is a fantastic tool. So
you
really
can actually instance onto those too.
Yeah. Well, I think normally when we demoed it last time, we added a snowflake, I think, and had snowflake falling down.
I forgot about is that there are effectors. So you can add a vortex. And different other things. Again, I'm afraid they are an isolated system. They're not something that will work with particles or anything like that. But that's something else I want to explore by introducing VDBs. So basically, all the effect tools that I'll be going to be working on, you can throw a VDB at them, and that VDB will have the wind velocities, so you can create vortexes, all sorts, custom, in a custom sort of way, similar to Houdini, I suppose. But I'm not copying Houdini, honest.
Yeah,
but.
Yeah. So, but it is again super simple to use, and it's only going to get easier when we make that a master plugin. And I think Sean was playing and showing me a few months ago things like the vortexing and all other things you can do with it. And there's some fantastic effects that will make sure it can sort of handle, and which will just make it more and more flexible to you. But it is super simple and fast to use. And I didn't actually make a pig zero of that. Let's be honest. That's one down. Okay. You guys, you're under pressure. I'm just saying. Right. So do you want me to do one more?
This is what happens when we don't have a schedule.
Yeah.
When we don't have a set list.
I think we got 20. 21. Yeah, at least 21 to show. So 20 now to show. So I do just one more?
You know, you seem to be chomping at the bit to do another one.
Well, I just figure, you know, if I get mine out of the way, I can.
You want to get all the yours out of the way so you can leave. I see how this works.
Yeah, exactly what
I'd be a good idea.
Yeah, so let's just do. Let me share the screen, and then which one of you are going to do next? Which one of you?
Well, I mean, I could do a simple. You started off with a simple one with snow. I could start off with a simple one. Or all right, looks like you're firing up. You ready? You ready there?
Yeah, I'm good. Chief? Good. Okay. So actually, just to show everybody, that's my desktop. Just saying, that's the mess. That is my light. Right. Okay. Actually, I think I've got two LightWave. Let me just close those. Do those again. Close the hub. And 26. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So, do you know, I literally am trying to think where the hell construct is. But anyway, let's go add a null. So let's move StreamYard. Properties. Is that modify? It is modify, isn't it? Yeah, construct. So, and
it's alphabetical. So
yeah. There we go. Yeah, that's good. Didn't start well though, did it? Let's be honest. Okay, so okay, so obviously you've seen construct before. This is going to be again a relatively easy, quick demo. But so we had obviously the strings, the rails, the spindles, landings, etc. What we've added is curved, so we can do things like a spiral staircase, which is great, and that's fully adjustable. And on this we can actually I'm going to mess it up and then we'll do it again, right? So we can do at the start, we could have, you know, 70% flare wider at the bottom, and say do, let's go 40% at the top. So basically here we've now got a flared staircase going to a narrow staircase, and we could go obviously higher than that. So I can hear John screaming in the background, "Don't go higher, whatever you do." Anyway, so so that's the basics of that. You obviously can adjust that and pull that up and expand that and twist that around and do whatever you're going to do to it. We can, let's go to the rails. So we can add rails to that as well. So if we want to add a rail to that, we can do that. We can add spindles to that, just as before, really. So let's just quickly go both sides and go, I don't know. Yeah, that's fine. And we can have end post to that. You know, very quickly, easy to do. So I'm gonna do that again, but I'm going to put up a central column on it this time. So I'm going to clear the scene. Let me add a null. Again, go to Object Modifier Construct. Move that down into View. So on the Construct button. So we've got a couple of things we're going to show here, but let's just do this one again. So we're going to do the spiral again, but this time I'm going to add in I think there's a central column somewhere. I can't quite remember. Central pole, there we go. So rail height. So now we've got a central pole, which is, I love that. You can then add to the rail, but this time just do the rail on the right-hand side. So on the, now put some spindles down that. Again, we'll just do those on the right, and we'll do, let's do the same one we did before. Obviously, we can have one spindle. Oh, sorry, I did 21. One spindle, two spindles, whatever you want. And let's go back to the rail a second. So I'm going to adjust the rail width, give it a bit more of a luxurious feel. So let's go 200 on that. And that's somewhere here. There's a smoothing option. I can remember where that is. Is it curve density? No, that's not the one. heights, flare. Can't remember. No, can't remember where that is. But there is an ability. Oh, no, that's more steps. That's fine. There is an ability to smooth out the actual component parts. You can have a lot more detail, and I just can't remember where that is. So let me just have a quick look. I think it's on the splines. Options. Yeah, I can't remember what that is. That's a shame. But fundamentally, you can see how easy that is to make a spiral staircase. And you definitely can smooth this out and do more with it. And obviously put support legs in if that's what you wish. And get that really to look quite nice quite quickly. So that's been added. But also on top of that, let's clear this scene again. So again, add a null. So, construct, move that back down. So what we've got here is we're going to add to the curve. We're going to go spline. So the spline one gives you the ability to really mold your own staircase. So I'm going to try to grab one of the little curves here. So let's just curve that round. So a little bit in the middle, so I can find one. Probably gone a bit mad with the middle one, but anyway. So there we've created a staircase that's a bit more sort of ski width. And again, you can just choose your rails, both sides, let's say. It will follow that path. You can see I've gone a bit too far there. Probably need to unscrew that up. Let's go back to that. There we go. Actually, get the round. I mean, obviously, this is relatively new for me. On the spindles, you can again both sides change those spindles to whatever you wish. So let's get that one on there, and obviously add your end post. So again, you've got a highly malleable. I mean, that's the kind of staircase I'd build at home. Obviously not straight, but you've got the ability to manually make your own using the spline, and you've got the ability to use the spiral staircase methodology, and you can flare it, narrow it, change the direction, obviously put landings on it and all those sort of things, as you would before. So that's some of the new things added to Construct. So there we go, guys. That was a relatively quick one, wasn't it? You all good?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm good. I'm better than most. I'm better than Sean.
Right. Well, now I can't find where you guys are. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Good. That's it. Excellent. So, yeah. So the constructors added basically the splines and the spiral. It's fantastic. It works really well. Highly adjustable. Obviously, if you take a bit more time than I did over it, you'll do a much better job. You can stretch them out easily, mess with the shaping. It's almost anything you want to do with it. So obviously add more steps and so on.
I got to quickly disappear. Someone's ringing the doorbell. Back in a second.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
sorry. That no, it's okay. Right. So I guess really, Juice, it's your turn.
I guess so. Since we lost Sean, I'll do a quick one here. Yeah. So let me see. I need to share my screen. Yeah, we'll get this set up here. That is the wrong screen. That is the right screen. Okay. 1 second. 1 second. And let's get modeler up there. Okay. So, yes, wonderful. Oof. Been a while since we've done this, right? Okay, what I'm going to show here, what I'm going to show here is the
I'm
fillet.
about to on something and I don't know what it is.
I'll do the fillet corners here. So what I want to do,
I love that. That's great. Yeah.
the fillet corners, it's an extension of a wish. There was a free plugin that everyone used for a number of years, and it's either fallen out, it doesn't work anymore, or something, and we haven't been able to find the person or whatnot. So we've started working on our own, and of course this is one of those things that it's probably going to grow from here, but it at least fills the need that the original was. So if I select my polygon and select fillet corners, it gives me 5 handles. Actually, it's 6. You can't see it, and I'll explain why. Lose this for a time being. So you click on the handle and you drag these in. We have 2 modes, steps and tolerance. And I'll start with steps first because it's the simplest and easiest to understand. It's how many points do I want in the arc? Each of these are independent, so I can pull in to different values across by the individual. If I click on the center, it's going to do all of them the same. Now, each of these tools are their own, essentially. So you notice that it snapped back to 0, and then I can come in here and adjust and adjust. If I go back to this, it remembers where it was. So that's kind of the workflow currently. And what I have found as I've been using this, I use this for doing roads like crazy. What I have found is do your gross, do the largest first, then any of your smaller. That's at least been my workflow. Now, you notice that I did all of that all on every point available. If I am doing, say, a road, and I might only want to do points, I select the points first, then I select my polygon and do fillet corners, and now I have the same controls, but only on those particular. I'm going to use this example here to try to explain tolerance. What tolerance is you have to imagine that the curve tolerance is another value inside this curve. So as I expand or contract, it's actually reducing and increasing the number of points to maintain the tolerance that I have asked it for. The closer that I get, the higher number. The further away, the fewer number. So maybe this will be enough to illustrate that as I'm scrolling in, you see that it's actually changing the numbers. So this is a nice way actually to not overdo it, because sometimes you've got you don't want to have just 100 jillion points in there. I'm going to go back to here and let me just create another box real fast. I forgot that there was one tool that should be made mention of. So I've put this. I'm also going to take this opportunity here. I'm not sure that everything is going to be on the menus when you get the first open beta. So we might have a poll on where to place some of these tools. So I'm going to go back to steps and I'm going to drag this in. We have this hard stop. What hard stop is, with it off, I can just keep going and turn my polygon into a modern art masterpiece. If I put hard stop on, what it's going to do is it's just going to stop. It's going to stop when it hits essentially midway between the controls. I'll also take this opportunity to show this one other thing: build centers. you might be constructing something that's a mechanical piece, and you've started by saying, let's have a nice, rounded curves here, and they're different sizes. There's a smaller one, there's a bigger one, and what you're going to want to do is you want to actually locate something on the center of these arcs. This build centers button will actually give you points. They're not connected to anything, so they're easy to select to clear later, but this is actually the center of each of these arcs. So you can use that to help locate something else that you want to have centered, for maybe cutting a hole here or something along that line. Last, I want to say this. If I select multiple and run fillet corners, I now have exposed a control that was actually hiding. And it's also available by holding shift. It's a duality kind of a thing. But this gives me the control over this one. This one gives me the control over here. This gives me individual control. Or I can click on this one and do everything all at once. And again, this is where I have found that doing bigger, so this is the largest. Then let's come in here and adjust this one to something smaller. Let's adjust this. This has been my workflow as I've been messing with this tool. And that is fillet corners.
That is good, isn't it? I love that.
And now I need to find you guys again.
Where's that placed in the menu bar at the moment?
Well, currently where I've put it is under multiply, just under rounder. It's kind of where I have. But like as I say, currently it's nowhere. And it'll be. Oh, that was fun.
Whoa, that looked cool.
Whoa, yeah.
That was
that is one lovely plugin, though. Really nice to have.
It's
long time coming. I think. Yeah.
Not everyone. I know that the biggest thing has said. Well, it only works on flat polys. It only works on 2D polys. Right now, I have been discussing internally about how to turn it into a 3D so that maybe this could replace rounder. I know it's one of those things that we have, well, I kind of feel like it's like universal formats. We have fillet, we have rounder, we have bevel, we have, all of these tools, all of these individual tools that do a subset of what a master super tool could do. Well, we don't have the master super tool yet, but we're working on it. We're working towards it, and it's certainly one of those things that each tool has to be an exploration. Does this methodology work? Does this workflow work? Do we need to add something to the SDK to do something that we can't do currently? It's all the exploration, and that's not to say that this is it, this is done, thank you very much, moving on. No, this is a start. This is a start, but it's replacing a tool that not everyone had and not everyone has. And like I say, I use the heck out of it.
Yeah, it's a goodie and a very good one. So, no, really good, excellent.
So Sean took care of his doorman.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the question now is: so do you want to do a second small one, or Sean? Do you want to
jump in with? It's on a similar lines, isn't it, as the advanced bevel?
Oh, Sean,
yeah.
Sean.
Let's do that, and maybe I can take care of something as Sean did. So.
Yeah, hang on. I can't find the.
You can't find the share screen?
No, I can't find you guys. There you are. Button, isn't it? Share screen. Why is it?
I'm marking them off on the list so that we don't forget.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Right. There we go.
All right, so we'll add that to stage.
I can't drag that off. There we go.
There we go. All right. I'm going to go take care of my doorman. Go, Sean.
Oh, yeah, someone at your door. Yeah, but my mum can't walk, so I have to go and answer the door. Right, so why ain't this working? There we go. So I'll just select a random group of polygons. Not too mad. I'll probably break the plugin. And let's zoom in. And the tool is, yeah, these are all the new ones. I can't see it myself now. Oh, yeah, the LW is going to go. Advanced Bevel. So this one basically does what it says on the packet, does bevels. So if I click apply on that, as you can see, those polygons, I can't interact with this yet. I'm trying to work on that. But as you can see, it's beveled to that shape. So you got the interface here. You can, at the moment, it's got snap to grid on, which is why it's doing that. Let's turn that off. That's linear. You can change that to a curve. And you're seeing a high-res curve there and what you're actually going to get there. And that's down to this setting here. You basically turn up how many divisions. So that's now got a smooth curve going out from there. And that could actually be locked. There we go. Yeah, just fiddling, sorry. And just click apply and you'll see it update here in real time. So yeah, you can draw your curves, do what you like, drag the points around, add new is right mouse button, I'd forgotten. And you can basically create your curves. The bit I like the most, presets. Still work in progress, but you can double click on that. That's the preset. Again, as you can see, that's the predicted curve. That's what we're getting because I've got the accuracy set to 2. And obviously, the more divisions I give it, 9, 6. I don't know if you can see that clearly, but it'll break that curve up 6 times. And if I click apply, there we go. Also got scale functions here. If I hold shift, it'll scale locked. So we can make that bigger and reapply it. If I don't hold shift, I can scale it, freely. And that actually works from the selected null. So, key, sorry. So, dragging that, rescale that from there and rescale the whole thing.
Can you apply that?
Yeah, I can apply that.
Yeah.
So if I click OK, we can have a look at what that bevel actually looks like. This is actually I'm not going to get into technical details, but the reason why you can't interact is because of the interface. I can't remember the name of it. Oh, VertiBevel had the same problem. You wouldn't see, but you wouldn't actually be able to preview what your bevel looked like in the window. It locked you out of that. Whereas this, you can keep clicking apply until you get what you want. So your best bet is just to pick the angle you want to be interested in, open the plugin, and run it from there. The other thing is,
just on your back front, side views. Can you zoom in on those, or are they locked as well?
So all the panels are locked. Yeah, I've spoke to Dave. It's a known limitation with Modeler because there's only one panel that's interactive, and it's this panel, and that's X panels, and I cannot get that interface on this panel. So I'm afraid that until that can be addressed, these are locked, which is a shame, but it's not the end of the world because it's still a powerful tool. I used to do cruise ships a lot, and they tend to have these weird, the walls with the panels on and stuff like that. So just to demonstrate that it will work for that is you know, it's get preset. Yeah, we'll have that one. So you got this pattern here. This will be the inner edge. So if I apply that, you can see what it's done. You got the nice smooth curve, straight line, little radius here. That could probably do with more points, but in fact, that should have more points. That's not dividing that curve correctly. This is why it's beta. It's a bug. But yeah, and if I now zoom in on that, you can see it's quite happily created that shape around the corners.
That's great.
Everything. So yeah, that's very quick for that. Ball shapes, for example. Oh, I'm hearing an echo. Where are we? There it is. Yeah, we could do with stuff like that. Let's do that one and scale it up a bit. Oh. And more divisions. Oh, there is an option here as well, resample, that tries to disperse the points, yeah, based on the sharpness of the curves. If it's mostly straight, then it won't put points in the curve or on the straight edges, that is. So if I apply that one, you can see it's quite happily applied it to a ball. Again, beta, it's left the points behind as it sort of extrudes the shape. So they, you know, you can just delete those, but they will be gone in the full version. So yeah, that's sub D happy as well, except for the tops. And then text, always going to be text. Yeah, let's do that one. Now, actually, I'm going to scale this up just to show you something that is in work, doesn't work, I mean, and that's, as you can see, where, you know, it's, oh, I forget, you can't, yeah, there's still the usual bug. If you over bevel something, then it's going to mess up. Working on a way of resolving that so the bevel will interact and join all this so it won't create that chaos. So ideally, that's not working yet, but yeah, ideally we can get that done. Oh, yeah. So if I apply that, you know, it's a quick way of beveling text as well. Doesn't matter that they're n-gons, it will still do them. So yeah, that's bevel. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a massive time saver.
Yeah, really good. Really good.
Trying to think if there's any else, any questions to look at. No, I don't see any questions in the chat. So yeah, but yeah, that's again, it's still beta. There's still little glitches and bugs. You know, got lots of things to fix.
It's good. It's really good. Shall we just quickly chat through, because Fiber Effects is one we're showing today, but obviously that's had a massive amount of updating.
Yes, you know, and one of the things of it, let me try to pull up. Oh, I've got some notes on that. One of the things is it's using VBO for OpenGL. It's now using Embry intersections, dual scattering principled hair material. We've also seen upwards of 50% speed increase. I know that gauze and scatter is in there as well, but it's primarily the main takeaway is we are working on Fiber Effects. It's now Fiber Effects 2. It's already so much better. It's being, you know, and it's being actively worked on. It's just, I guess, honestly, right now I just don't want to show a lot of hairy balls. You know, and yeah.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for getting my very ball.
I was going to get up and walk away.
It's honestly, it's one of those things that it is such a thing.
If it was you, I would have mentioned that. No,
but it's the big main thing. We're working on it, and we're working on it actively.
Yeah, and there are certainly some tools. I know John showed us like the some of the brushing tools and things of that nature, where it used to brush everything, and what it now will do will simplify what it's brushing to make it significantly faster, and then it goes back to the all the guides. So I'm not sure that's in the version it's in the open beta, but it is in open beta to test. But there will be more tools added, certainly some that I think we've seen, and it is significantly faster. I mean, the Embry alone means that when you get the curves, they're significantly better than they were, and smoother, and so on. So it's a big update, and I think that obviously it is relatively early days, and it's definitely usable right now in the current form, and that is 50% quicker. And I think both to operate, it's significantly faster, as well as render. So I think at that point of view, it's going to be a massive improvement straight away. But obviously, we've got more tools coming that I know are being worked on, so that's going to get better and better and better. By the way, the simple reason why we didn't demo it today was we had such a list of things. There's a few things in there which we just had to think, we're not going to be able to show that off as well without spending some serious time on it, and we just didn't have the time. So I just want to apologize to John for that one, because obviously it would be nice to show it, but we will show it soon. And so again, just probably another mention, we obviously are doing today's session. We'll start doing regular sessions again, demos, pretty much same as we did last year. So it might be once every 2 or 3 weeks. It might be, sometimes faster, but there will be coming, and we will show more things as they get added in that time. So we've covered that. That's good.
While we're just on that little quick break there and talking about open beta and talking about, increasing things, one of the things that we're thinking about or thinking about how to do is to do these type of live event type things during open beta to answer questions, to help people get over hurdles or humps, or work out, as a group thing, work out workflows that might need to be adjusted or changed for a particular tool or whatever. That's kind of, and I think I actually just answered this. I believe, that we would be focusing, more on open beta with some of these shows.
Yeah, and I think sooner rather than later, we'll try to do. I mean, you probably need if you get it on Monday, you'll probably need a good week with it. So obviously not next weekend, but maybe the weekend after, we might be able to do another session on the Friday or the Saturday, and try to do.
And we're taking comments right now on what time to do these, like Friday or Saturday, or what time to start, or this, that, and the other. So because we are talking about the world.
Yeah, the more people who come onto that and help and add questions and so on.
Yes.
So I think at the moment it will be a little unstructured, but if we get too many questions to answer in one session, we'll start narrowing it down to these plugins. So we'll do a session on this batch, then do a session on that batch, and so on. But right now, we'll keep that open and just see how the first one goes. What should we do? Should we do? I'm trying to think whether to do. Should I do Ripper too?
Can, if you like. It's up to you.
Let me just
do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Okay.
Do it.
So share screen. Let's do entire screen. Shit. Okay.
Language.
Yeah. Trying to hide my backdrop, load up the LightWave as quickly as possible. So, okay, let's go. What do I do? So let's do this first. Okay. So you're unfortunately going to have to look at my screen in a few seconds because it's better, obviously, if I shrink this down to show you the speed. So obviously Ripper will work with whatever screen size you've got going. So if you've got the whole screen on a 4K monitor, it's handling significantly more than if you do it on a shrunk down screen. So I just thought I'd mention that. So a couple of things on the Ripper which have been added and some improvements. And I'm going to show you some of those improvements with finished renders, which I think I've got to you, Juice, in time. So there, it's mesh-based area lighting, so we can add that into a scene now. Normal maps are integrated, so it works with normal maps. It's now using AI-powered temporal denoising, so that's significantly faster and better anti-aliasing. Interactive material editing, so it will work as standard with the BSDF textures, just which is great, and it has been obviously substantially optimized. In fact, I think quite a bit of it was completely reprogrammed to get the speed increases out of it, and so on and so forth. So if I just turn this, turn on the Ripper 2.
I thought that was Ripper.
That's our open.
That's
That Ripper, right? Yeah. So obviously that's playing back off a 4K screen, and you can see the amount of noise on the floor, the noise on the object is substantially less, really quickly. Now, obviously, darker scenes, it's going to have more issues, but this does give you an indication of how much faster it is and how quickly that is actually updating that. And you can see there's little bits of shimmer on some of the planar surfaces, but it's fantastic. Actually, on the BSDF ones that are textured, it's actually better. So it's kind of, that's just something to bear in mind. Now, obviously, we designed this as a preview render system. So I just want to take you through some things here. So obviously, Ripper you've seen before, and you understand that. So the environment, obviously, we can adjust the HDR lighting, it will adjust in real time. We can load in different HDRs. We can have the HDR visible, not visible, and so on and so forth. On the playback, you've obviously got the ability to grab sort of still frames. So thinking about storyboards in a piece of animation, you can grab out a storyboard and you just rub through your animation, grab a frame, etc. So all of those sort of things are the same as before. It sets the camera size from your main camera. So again, that was as before, but just for those of you who haven't used it. So if I change that to 1920 by 1080, it changes to 1920 by 1080. And obviously your preview scale can run at 2 times, 3 times. Obviously that's going to be memory dependent and graphics card dependent. I don't think it will do at 4K, go beyond 2 times. It may not even do 2 times. That's I think that's not going to do it. But then at the render point here, we obviously can now add in the render passes, but the key thing there is the AI-powered anti-aliasing is going to play a big difference to that and how good that output is. So, so first things first with this, you can see on one of the demo scenes we did last time, that is considerably cleaner and considerably better than before. Obviously, if I shrink that screen down, this is where you get to laugh at my backdrop and how much crap is on there. You'll see that basically, again, you can rub through it obviously instantly, but you also can animate those sort of objects. And let's have a look. Let's not do the drum one, but let's take Hellboy, move him up, drag him back down, move him. Yeah, nice to see how accurately I'm doing this. But you can see, again, I've animated that. It's actually a highly usable animation interface for doing your animatics. Let me just enlarge that a bit more here and just push play. So that is, we've animated that live in the view really badly in just a few seconds, but it's updating instantaneously. So for doing your previews for your animatics, it's super quick. And obviously the key thing there is handling your normal maps and obviously the BSDF, and that includes image maps going into the BSDF as well. All of that is handling super fast. Okay, so let me just enlarge that. There is a risk of sometimes when you do two of these back to back, it can crash on 2026. So let's just wait. Oh, there we go. That's the quick close button. So let's close my hub. Oh, why isn't it closed? Well, that's because that. Oh, I had another one open. That was probably what tipped the balance. Let's just close that. Excellent. And get my 26 open. Okay, so the next scene is a significantly more difficult one because it's darker. But I kind of wanted to do this as an example and then do some renders out of it, which I can then show you, just to show you how well this sort of does this. So I'm going to go to the sugar cube scenes here, and we're going to do I thought I'd lost this, and I ended up redoing all the scenes again a little while ago, which maddeningly I shouldn't have. I didn't need to do, but anyway. So there's our sugar cube. You can see him running there. You've seen this before. It's the one where this drops down and a few bits of poo come out his bum and so on. So yeah. So I just want to show you. Oh, why is that not changing? Oh, yeah, ripper 2. Okay, so let me just call up this. I'm going to go to the environment, just enlighten that. Now, this you will see more noise because it's a much darker scene. It's much harder for it to do it. But nonetheless, your basic sugar cube is still running pretty fast. But you can see on these letters, it is significantly noisier. And here you can see much more noise in the output. So even so, just wanted to give you an indication of how much faster that was. I'm going to show a little animation just with a play bars first, just to show you, and then I'll just show you how we improve that. So on the rendering here, let's go to rendered output. Basically, if you were recording that down and I did, let's say 20, it would get rid of most of that noise. So I'm going to just quickly check where, let's do a new draw. Just do this as a test. So I'm going to do this one fast. Let's go to, just so I know where it's going. Click OK. And then, so I'm going to render this one out, but we're going to do this with a relatively small amount of samples. And the reason of that is I want you to see how fast that is. So if I now click render, that's running back faster than a frame a second. And you've got a little bit of banding in the grayscale because it's about as tough as that gets when you're doing stuff like this. But the reflection is more solid and so on. But you'll see in the reflection when the logo comes down, that is going to be a lot more noisy. So let's just give it a few seconds. It's going to jump over to the right, I think. And obviously, if you shrink your screen, this will output this a little faster because it's taking it from this and then downsizing it to 1920 by 1080. So down come our logo, I think, in a few seconds. And part of the reason I just want to get it past that so you can see the noise level on the reflection. That's probably enough. So if I stop that, whoops, sorry, let's go Alt, and then just go find wherever I put that. Remember that? I thought I did test Ripper. That was it. Let's see. That's not the same one, it's one I did earlier. But it's probably hard for you to see, but there's quite a bit of noise on the reflection part of that, okay? So, I mean, that's not the same render I just did. I have no idea where that went, but anyway, that doesn't matter. The point about that anti-aliasing level, and I'll show you better in a few seconds, is that anti-aliasing level at 20 is less than a second a frame. At about 100, it's about a second a frame. About a second a frame. And at which point you begin not to see any noise on the reflection. And if you go up to 150, or it's virtually, completely solid. And I actually went up on doing a luminous poly demo. I went right up to 500. And at 500, it was about 4 seconds a frame, which, when you think from an animatic point of view, is still remarkably fast. So let me just load in another scene. So let me just load in. I think this is should be the setup scene for a luminous poly. So I've obviously animated a luminous poly on here already. So let's go to the Ripper. So what this is doing, this has got a much, the HDR is set to be much darker, but you can see the luminous poly coming in, and you can see the shimmer on the floor. I can play that back in real time, or almost real time. There we go. And you can see, again, it's off a luminous poly, illuminating the object well, but there's shimmer, which for doing a quick preview is completely fine. But if you want a one that has less shimmer, you're going to want to render that out. And obviously you can do multiples of those as well.
Andy, real quick, just for our folks viewing at home, question of what graphics card are you actually running?
So this is a 3080. All right, so
like he guessed right.
Yeah, there's a 3080. So this is on my smallest machine, and I try to demo whenever I do the demos on the smallest machine, just so that it's a realistic working card, as opposed to the 6000 card in the big machine, which it kind of is a bit of an unfair advantage. so this one, just to show you that. Juice, would you better call up the demo, and I can the video of
absolutely.
Thanks, Bud. And I'll just talk this through as we play it. Might want you to play it back a few times.
I've got it on loop.
Cool. Okay. So let me just shut that down. So this is the 20 pass. Now, the banding is because of the compression of the save when I saved it to H.264. So there is no banding on the finished frames. So just bear that in mind. So that's 20 passes of anti-aliasing. This is 150 passes of anti-aliasing. So watch the shimmer when the logo lands. Now forget the banding here. That's not there in the finished frames. I'll try to show you that in a few seconds. So you can see that is solid. That's only 150 passes. That's 1 second a frame. So this is 3 seconds per frame with 500 passes with a light. And again, the banding on the floor isn't there on the finished frames. You're seeing this obviously as a compressed video, but really good for high quality animatic playback. And this one's got 2 lights, and again 500. So at about 500, it's about 4. I think was it 4 seconds a frame. I think I had on the title at the front. But it is a fantastic way of putting together your animatics. The temporal denoising is going to make a massive difference. So whether you're just pumping a quick shot out, so this was 7 seconds a frame on my original test. So 7 seconds a frame 7 frames per second. My apologies. 7 frames per second, and that's what that looks like. This is 1 frames per second of 150 passes. So even that's fine. That's fast. There we go. And then we'll just go right up to the 500 frames per second. So we'll stop it after it's played this one. We don't need to see both lights, Bud. And I just want to show the actual frames themselves, just so you can see there's no banding on them.
All right.
Is that good? So I'll get my share screen ready.
Yep.
So we'll do the entire screen. Just swap over to that when you're ready.
Ready. Let's see. There we are.
Okay, so I just need to find the one, which I think is, let's do 2 luminous.
The size frames, what are you rendering to?
So the renders are done all to 1920 by 1080. All the previewing is done at 4K, basically a 4K monitor. You're seeing that run back at, but the renders are 1920 by 1080. And by the way, the reason this is lighter when I load it straight into PD Player is because obviously it's an OpenEXR. So I just want to take it back to the original exposure, which is that. All right. So, and the reason for that, actually, again, I'm very difficult, but I know that on the finished ones that you couldn't see the banding. But hopefully you're getting a good indication. That's just playing back from hasn't even finished buffering yet. But let's just see if that plays back.
In fact, the YouTube stream is showing banding anyway.
Yeah, it's not on the master frames, but that's obviously it must be running some action. But it's really, my point there is how good that is now, and how fantastic it is now that it does the BSDF surfaces as standard. It is just a fantastic way of putting out your previews, and it's going to be super high quality with the temporal denoising. So another thing, just to have I cancelled my screen? Am I back on live view?
Looks like you canceled your screen.
Yeah, cool. Okay, good. So that's Ripper 2. It is significantly faster, but it's doing significantly more, right? So the temporal denoising is state of the art, and obviously Steve has done an unbelievable job of implementing that. But the things that are important from a LightWave user's point of view is that it is using BSDF surfaces as standard, so you can put texture maps into that, whatever. And you know that on Sean's translating stuff, you can make that work with the Octane side as well. So you could be previewing it in that and then going across to Octane. So BSDF substantially quicker. The AI temporal denoising, interactive material editing and animation. Obviously, it always could do the interactive animation, but it's now super smooth. So you can actually animate into that interface, just as well. It's a dumb thing. I do prefer doing it in OpenGL, and I don't know why, but there are times when I want to actually see how something is interacting, and I can just go straight to Ripper 2, and I can see how the light's interacting. Is it close? Is it far? How it's illuminating it? Whatever the case may be. And obviously the mesh-based area lighting gives you that capability of showing that stuff. And obviously the normal map integration just means you can do some engineering models or models that require that. I have to say, on a big engine, and some of those big engines we are at our 500 gigs, 400 gigs, that kind of size, Ripper doesn't work quite so well. So it isn't designed for doing engineering. It's designed for animation, for doing general animation. If you're doing a big massive model, it's going to be harder to use Ripper.
Game engine sort of thing.
Sorry, Bud?
Game engine sort of thing.
Yeah, well, it's better than that. I mean, we've started looking at the animatics for the movies, which is so for the early stuff we're doing with the little reindeer and wren and those sort of things. And we're doing our animatics, because obviously that's going to be a 4K render, but we're doing our animatics out at HD and previewing that, and it's fantastic at doing those things. And super fast, and has sped up the process of, well, it also means on a timeline, we're now putting 1920 almost finished quality renders without motion blur, but Ripper's doing those and pumping those out super fast. And certainly for the character animation stuff, it's making a huge difference. And he's done a fantastic job, right? So if you guys are into Ripper 2 or Ripper 1, you're going to love the speed improvements for Ripper 2. But obviously, if you haven't got into it before, if you're new to LightWave, Ripper 2 is amazing. And it's obviously in the beta, the open beta that you'll get on Monday. So that's good. So I think that's another one bites the dust, guys, we've done. So do we want to do one more and then take maybe a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and just keep going?
Yeah, I've got a couple I could show. In fact, yeah, curve and the UV.
We're fighting for this now. No, but I want to go now. I'm actually enjoying myself now. So no, go, no, buddy, you go.
Yeah,
you do curve. You do curve.
Okay. I should be sharing my screen still.
You are.
Is it live?
And there we go.
Yeah. So, yeah, another one of those tools I used to use a lot. I can't remember the name. That's banished. Was basically bending stuff to a curve. So, yeah, I used to do a lot of cruise ships. So you get all these. Why don't that zoom into it? So you'd get sort of, handrails and all that sort of crap. This is probably a poor example, to be honest, but it'll do.
Is that a scan?
Is that what?
Is that a scan? It looks that I can't imagine anyone modeling something.
Oh no, it's a scan. Yeah. In fact, the textures seem to have disappeared. I think that's probably because. Yeah, there we go. Got to have textures. So, yeah, you basically create your curve based on where the handrails are going to go, and the tool is simply bend the curve. I'll turn all this off for the now. Yeah, -1. Yeah. So basically, setting this to -1, it'll clone this object along this path. So if I click OK on that, there we go. It's cloned it, and it's bent it to the curve. So yeah, if you're doing cruise ships or anything with lots of handrails and stuff, that's going to speed that up. Yeah, there's a little bug there. That's supposed to have actually centered to the ground on that. It's actually dropped it to the middle, but that doesn't matter. You can just move it up and it's in the right place. Yeah, other options. Yeah, you got scaling, fit to length. That's just going to stretch it, which is going to look really silly. No, that didn't stretch it because I had -1. Hang on. Oh, that's not the right tool. Oh, where is it? I wish we could color label these.
I don't know. I don't know. You start adding color in the UI and people lose their nuts.
Yeah, well, they're old. Yeah, okay, that's why. If I set that to 1, fit to length, what it should do, it will, as you can see, it's stretched that shape, which is not a good idea.
I don't know.
You can obviously, where is it there? Say, all right, I want 22 of those, and boom, it will squeeze 22 in, and it will make sure that 22 fits that curve. So yeah, it's flexible. As you can see, it's bent it. Then the other thing, the tool I used to use never used to be able to do these. If you got a curve that goes uphill or slanted or anything like that, it just didn't work. So I had to do it. There it is. So let's put that back to -1 and that back to no scaling and follow path. If I do that, Yeah, as you can see, it's twisted, it's out of shape. Yeah, it's a bit rickety and scary, and maybe the building will fall down on your head. You know, it's not correct. So you got some options there. In fact, this could do with an active interface, really. I'll have to think about this. Anyway, yeah, so you got Y up. So that makes sure this stays up. So now you can see it's following that. And as you can see from the top view, yeah, it's no longer leaning. Everything is perfectly upright, but it's still following the curve. Handrails should be upright, you know, so there's a fix for that. And that's keep Y vertical. And click that. And there you go.
That would be great, wouldn't it, for like a picket fence on a farm, or you know, if you've got undulating hills, you want to put fencing up. Just fantastic for that.
But what I'm going to do is, yeah, obviously, I mean, this is the first version, which is why I said this is a bad example. Yeah, if you notice, it's got this little block here that sticks out, so it ends up with a gap up here. So I need to be able to put an offset, say, right, loop so many, so you can close that gap. But yeah, again, it's early versions. What else was there? Yeah, you might not want to use bollards, you might want to use instances. So the idea is it'll place in, you know, short edge polygons along the path. I'm using my hands to demonstrate. Why am I doing that? You can't see them. But yeah, so the idea is it'll create instance polygons where you need them. You know, yeah. So because I mean, if this was going on for miles, you wouldn't want, you know, that amount of polygons. So yeah, and the other options as well is where things go around tight curves. It'll automatically subdivide and slice the mesh, so you can, you know, bend pretty much anything round corners without it getting scruffy. But that's later. I've got lots of other things to do as well. So yeah, that's that one. Right, another one. That, I think that looks really cool actually, but I've got a better one. Let's go to this one. When it loads the images. Yeah, for some reason this one's dark. Don't know why, but I like that one. I'm going to make these freely available. They're generated by Meshy. Just experimenting with, you know, giving it the LightWave logo and saying, hey, stylize these, and it spat these out. So these came from glTF files. But what I want to show here is a polygon reduction. So, you know, works with UVs. So we want to keep the UVs on this, and we want to reduce it. So, you know, it's 90% less polygons. Not going to worry about that. That's an experiment. Clone to an empty layer, click OK, and give it 10 minutes. Actually, it's really quick. I don't know why I can't see it. There it is. Oh dear. Okay. Yeah. You can see that really didn't work, did it? But I know why. Need to go back here. I forgot to merge the points. There you go. There's lots that needed merge. Oh no, that's not it. There we go. So if I run it again with the merge points, it'll work this time. The tool has no memory. I need to address that as well. It tells you roughly an estimate on how many points it reduced to. That's not a very good estimate because it's the same as that. Right, it's a bug. All right, so I'll click OK on that. And it is a very fast reduction. You know, that's quite a few polygons in that, and it should spit it out any second now. Unless I've crashed. There we go, it's done. And as you can see, why ain't my display updated yet? What's going on? Oh, I've done it to the same layer. I'm an idiot. But yeah, that's the reduced version. It's kept the UV. There's less polygons. There's probably going to be faults in that, but it's held the shape pretty well. So yeah, there was that. That was actually written for the Ivy tools and all this stuff, because you're going to want, if you want to grow Ivy over an object, you're better off using a low res. So I needed a polygon reduction tool. So you will be able to trigger this in layout as well, and it'll create a new model, ready for saving with reduced polygons. But in the layout version for Ivy, it won't need to keep the UVs because it's not a render object. Then talking of UVs, yeah, we're back to the normal one. I bet that's the unmerged one. Okay, I think I've pressed undo too many times. I've got another modeler open just in case. Where are we? We are May. Why can't I see my logos? Oh yeah, we're back here. Yep, and we'll have that logo this time. Right, so yeah, say, I don't know if any of you guys use DAS models. You tend to get multiple textures over UVs and all that stuff. I like to bake them across. That's actually another story, but I just realized I'm showing something else, isn't I? And it's this UV tool. It basically creates new UVs. So if I leave it as defaults at the moment and create that, basically this is an atlas map that it's going to create, and it's going to take a while. I just realized that's quite a high res model I've picked here, isn't it?
That's all right. Don't worry, we can talk through it.
Yeah.
How long is it going to take?
So yeah, this basically creates those perfect atlas maps you can send to Substance Paint, Unreal Engine, or whatever game engine you use for light maps and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, good for Unreal, good for Unity, where they want very tight maps, those sort of things.
Yeah. I should have picked a lower res model. I didn't think that one through, did I?
That's okay. We can vamp.
I mean, just to say, what you didn't think through was that's two more features we weren't on the list that we've just shown.
No, I can go back to this one because this one's now running. Another tool I got in here, which I'm going to show a bit later. This will bake your texture maps. At the moment it only works on color, but you basically select the UV. So it'll be that UV, you select your channels. These channels are grabbed from the main surface in here, and it will bake them out to maps. So in other words, if, say for example, you didn't like the UV that was on this, then you can use this to bake those textures across to a different UV. And yeah, I'll be showing you this later in modeler in layout, because it's both in layout and modeler. So that's another new tool I wasn't going to demonstrate that's suddenly squeezed in. Sorry.
Yeah, everyone knows it is Andy's place to sneak show.
Yeah, that one's still running.
It doesn't matter.
All right, well, let's drop that for now.
Why don't you let it go? Right, let it keep on going. Why don't we take should we do a 10-minute break? That's probably enough, isn't it? I'm just going to have a sandwich and a cup of coffee. That's it. You guys good with that, or do you want more?
Should we shut down the stream or keep it going? Or
I think keep the stream going, on off our cameras. But could we put a message up on the screen back? Let's say.
Yeah, I've got something I can do there. Hang on.
I'll be back.
Yeah, so we're at 5:44. So let's go 5:50. Let's go 1800. We'll be back. Should we do that?
Yep.
So
yeah,
and then you can show the result of that as the first thing, and then we'll get on to the next batch of things. So so although I said originally we were showing 21 new things, we're now showing 24 new things. Just saying.
It's going to get to 30. I've got a few more.
Yeah. Jesus. Jesus. Right, lovely. So, so should we do that? Is that it? So if that's processing, okay, let's put something up there to tell people we'll be back in for 15 minutes.
So what I can do is I can do this.
I love that.
And I think I can add another.
So guys, I mean, for all of you listening, good time to have a wee break. And if any of you need to get a dime bar.
Doesn't mean to that's Scottish. Have a wee break, mate. That wasn't big enough, was it? I'm going.
So okay, we're good. We'll be back. I'm going to turn off my camera and turn off my thing and microphone. Be back in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Right,
back in 15, guys. Back in 15. Top of the hour.
Bye.
Yeah. Right, now they've gone.
I'm still here.
Oh, I can't find a mute.
I can do it. I can do it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, there it is.
You found it?
Yeah, got it.
You know what? Now I have to find all the places to turn things off.
Right, yeah. Yeah. And the blind panic starts. That's
Oh, come back on this. Sean, I know, is around. He's commenting places. There he is. He's just muted now.
so
Oh, lunch
four,
breaks.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've done 10 already.
Lunch breaks, lunch breaks, lunch breaks.
So, Sean, do you want to talk through the image?
No, let's.
Yeah, I couldn't find my mute button. Yeah, if you want to go back to the screen, my camera's
we'll get out of the.
Yeah, there we go. Try again.
That is packed, isn't it?
That is seriously packed.
A very good.
Good.
What? Yeah. There we go. Yeah. I shouldn't have chose that model.
No. Actually, you know what? I mean, we were going to take a break about that anyway, and I think
that it's worth doing, wasn't it?
It was worth doing, because then you can see a good heavy model.
Zoom into this because you can clearly see that there are errors. Now, if I zoom in, it's basically crappy polygons that you get from Meshy. So, you know, you're better off deleting that, splitting that polygon and rejoining it. There's another one.
That's down to the model, though, but that's not the actual functionality.
No.
Is excellent. Yeah.
But no, I mean, if you give it a good mesh, it'll create a good UV. But this mesh, it was probably a bad example because there's another polygon there as well. It's probably all twisted up and a tiny little thing like that. It struggles with those. But yeah, other than that, that's pretty damn groovy.
No, fair.
I had to say that, wasn't I? Groovy. Actually, I'll tell you what, even better, I'll just do it on a box. Let's make the box with rounded corners. This is called speed modeling. There you go. And if I now create that, boom, that was quick. As you can see, it tries its best to, place the UVs all in a nice place. You got resolution here. In other words, if it's a small image, it'll open up this spacing a bit more. Obviously, because you want some bleeding on your image map. So yeah, it's a pretty good tool. Trying to think, where was it? Yeah, there's rotation options as well, where you can tell it not to, make sure it doesn't rotate. And I can't remember where the hell that is. Oh yeah, it's basically those two. They're already on. So basically, it'll try to keep everything square. So yeah, that's that. Someone was asking about the mesh reduction. That really is. I mean, if I run it on this, for example, it's going to convert it to triangles. And the reason being is the reason why I added that is because I want to use it for collision objects, and collision objects work best with triangles, not quads. Because if you twist a quad, or anything slightly misshaped, your collider can fail. So, for things like growing the ivy and all that lot on, if you've got a high res mesh and you want to grow ivy on, good luck. You're going to be sitting there for hours. So the idea is I'll be tying this tool up with Ivy generator, Thor as well, so you can create a low-res collision mesh. And you don't really need the high-res mesh to grow the Ivy on. But we'll see that when Andy does his Ivy demo.
Awesome.
Yep. Right, I'm done. You can move on to someone else can steal the show. Are you guys awake?
I'm just wondering what I'm going to demo next. So I'm thinking I'll do Ivy, seeing as you just talked Ivy. So
yeah,
let me call that up. Okay, so ivy. Should I do ivy next? Is that good?
IV, best you do that. It doesn't
Okay.
work.
Yeah.
It'd be bad.
I don't think I had ivy on the list. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Well, we really are demoing almost everything, which is good. Okay, so I'm going to do ivy then. We good? Juice? Oh, I've lost the sound. Yeah, you're no sound at the moment, Bob.
Now we can do it.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
I had muted.
That's the puppy.
Need you to share screen?
Yeah, absolutely. Share screen. Are you guys leaving yours permanently shared, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
only me then?
Yeah. Get StreamYard out of the way.
Excellent. Good. Okay. You know. So, you got it? Do you want to have that take over? Got that? You good? Okay.
Yeah, that's prime example. Although that wasn't using Polygon, that was painfully putting in some temporary asset, models, so it weren't high res. That's the I should explain that actually. The green wireframe, that's the low res sitting in the background. Anyway, I'll shut up now and let you talk.
Yeah, I mean, just a brief explanation of what Sean's talking about there. Basically, this mesh is a fairly high res mesh, lots of detail, and obviously stacks of polygons, not particularly the tidiest model necessarily in the world. So what Sean's done is on the base scene, he's built a proxy model that basically enables you to go around that, but faster. So again, with Ivy, that's going to be fairly important to remember. The management of your scene is going to be important to create preferably relatively low res things to go on, for the Ivy to actually grow onto. So so this is actually a master plugin. So it's in utilities. I may make a mistake on this. So I did this. I haven't done this at all today. So the first time today. So if I add the Ivy plugin, I got there a collision mesh choice where I can choose the actual mesh, and at which point I can then choose points for like sperm points to sort of basically place my first points for the mesh. So if I add one here, I'm going to add one over there, and I'm going to add another one over there. So actually, it doesn't matter where I put them really. So basically, at that point, all you need to do once you've placed your points on the mesh to generate, you just hit the space bar, and then it will just generate a mesh. There we go. And that mesh basically can then have the surfaces applied, of which if it will go back to the directory and hunt them out automatically for you. So there we go. There's our Ivy. So obviously we did tendril, and I just want to mention this very quickly. Obviously tendril enables you to do the path you want the Ivy to grow. This uses the geometry and looks at the geometry and grows over that. You can bias it to a direction, but fundamentally it's basically just going to grow over the mesh that you supply to it, as opposed to tendril, which grows to a specific path you lay down for it. Both are compatible with each other, so you can run both in the same scene. But there are situations where you want to dirty up a scene and just create a scene really quickly. This would make a really easy, quick way of doing that. Okay, so let's. So I'm going to grow that a little bit longer. So let's go 150, and you'll see I'll add a little bit more growth to that. So I can obviously grow this over time. So obviously the growth here, I can do that over time. I can also look at things like the adhesion distance and those sort of things, and make the ivy more random. So I think it's the adhesion distance, Sean, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what do you reckon? So 0.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah.
And also increase the float length as well, and you'll get branches coming off.
So,
oh, in fact, it's done it anyway, so that's probably just fine.
Yeah, no, it's still fine. So what that just did here is you can see these little bits hanging out from it. It's just the adhesion power is enabling that to basically sort of run that sort of away from the wall. So actually you can see that pretty quickly. There we go.
I thought you were going to risk it with, but then that would have been interesting.
With what?
Ripper.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Not yet.
No, the base mesh is not set up for that. But
no,
fundamentally,
change polygons as well.
Yeah, and by the way, Ripper has its place obviously for character animation, for visualization, etc. VPR obviously is excellent for this kind of stuff, where you just want to have a quickly turn it on, turn it off, and have a quick look at what it's actually doing in more detail. So okay, so let's go back there. I'm going to just load up. I think I've got oh no, here's that one. Okay, right. So what I can't quite remember, Sean, is how, if I add another point, how I can group that into being a second ivy.
Go to the setup tab at the top left. Yeah. And type in a new ivy name.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah. Yeah.
In fact, no spaces. Let's do that.
Yeah. I've always avoided spaces just in case. And then just place
it's good.
Spawn points. I swear you called him sperm points earlier.
I did actually. I think I did. So I think I did call them sperm points. Sperm points are not to be mistaken.
Oh, you forgot the surfacing on that one.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. Actually, I want to keep them looking like that just so you can see the difference, basically, at the moment.
Right, yeah.
So I'm going to reduce those down, to 100 growth. So I'm going to do this again just so you can see. So we've got basically Ivy 1 and now Ivy 2. You can have Ivy 3, Ivy 4, etc., all the variations. So that means you've got total control over the groupings of the Ivy. So if you put another Ivy null in, you'd have Ivy 3, right? So on these ones, which is Ivy 1, we've got the growth on that set to 150 steps. If we go to Ivy 2, I've now taken that down to 100. So I'm going to change it again. I'm going to take it down to 60. You'll see it drop down. So there we go, nice and quick. But look, watch the others. Nothing changes on the others when I do that. Okay, so I'm going to go back up to 100, and the others don't change at all. So effectively, it now gives you a completely independent growth route. So you can place them and grow them to the height you want them to be at a certain place and a certain aspect of the building. So for instance, if I wanted to do, let's go back to main again and set up. So I'm going to do a third one. Let's do a third ivy in. I'm going to place the spawn point here. I just add that there. Click on make. And
still going to get a visit from HR.
Yeah, yeah. And this one will take up to 200. I'll go back and put the surfaces on them in a second. Oh, that's too much. It's obviously going through the roof. So let's go 160. And just get that to drop down a bit. Oh, still a bit less. But you can see basically we're able to sculpt that. We can obviously offset that direction as well and have it grow in a certain direction and so on. Okay, I've got a few leaves going through, but nothing I'm going to overly worry about. So I'm going to apply the surfaces to that one and go back to Ivy 2, apply the surfaces to that one. I'm going to go to Ivy 2 and I'm actually happy with that, but maybe see if I can add a bit more to grow IV1. So let's go to IV1. That's a 200. What I haven't done is any fall off on the adhesion of the others. So let me just go back and do that. So I'm going to go to IV2 and let's do a little bit on that one. Should get a reaction. Oh, am I on IV2? Oh yeah, it's done. So, and on IV3, let's go a little bit further. Let's do 0, 0. Oops. 0, 5. There we go. Maybe that's a bit much. Yeah, it's better. I had it so it was almost falling off the wall. So
amazingly quick update.
Oh my God, it is. Yeah, and the thing is, that's one of the great things about this. It enables you really to sculpt everything. Maybe not as much control as with the curve on tendril, but this of course is doing substantially more growth. It's not just doing a single tendril, it's doing the growth out from base, fairly abstract growth patterns based on the geometry, and giving you that flexibility really quickly and really easily to just plant those things around the buildings. Again, I'm not completely up to every part of this, but you've got obviously branching control, root probability. So the root probability will put sometimes roots out against the wall and across the floor in some circumstances. Again, geometry dependent. You've got the tube segments here are set to 3. Obviously, if you're getting very close, you might want to up that to 4 or 5, maybe even 6, but that will slow it down, obviously. And, throughout the whole of it, I've found it amazing to play with. The instance is not active on the beta 1, so just bear in mind that is blank. And then we have a bake, so you can bake it to obviously make it so it updates significantly faster at the end of it. I think does that bake globally across all 3 IVs, Sean, or is that? I think that is, isn't it?
Yeah, it will do. Yeah, because it's all on. No, sorry, that's per instance.
It's per instance. Okay.
Yeah, because each instance is a separate mesh.
No, that's great. So,
yeah, I do need to plan for that. Actually, bake all instances.
So again. Well, I mean, what would we kind of call is to have a bake per instance as well as an option, so that you can bake 3 of them and keep some of them active while you're adjusting.
Yeah, there's enough room. I'll add a checkbox down there so you can click on and highlight which instance you're going to bake.
There we go. I've just literally added a feature. So
yeah, I'm writing it down as you speak.
We actually have been doing this for the last last week and a half. We've been going through some of these, and as we've seen things we want to change, we've changed them. So this is the build that you're going to get that is in on Monday, and it's really stable. It's really good. There are obviously things we're going to add to it, but it's an amazing sort of feature and works really well. Actually, I'll just quickly, while we're here, let me just go to the demo thing and go to 8IV. I've got some renders here I've just done, and I'll just run through them. So it's just a quick play blast of it. So it will play obviously slowly the first time. I normally make these as videos, but I didn't have time to get these done for Juice. So this has got growth over time. So the steps, by the way, aren't 1 step per second. So they're like subframes. Okay, so just bear that in mind when you're doing this stuff. It's when you then change that to growth over time, it's different than the quantity of steps that are being produced.
Yeah, the best way to imagine is the steps are actually how many frames it keep growing. So if you give it 600 frames, it's going to grow, or 600 steps, so it'll grow 600 steps. So, the more steps, the longer the growth is going to be.
Actually, you can see here, I mean, I've got them with a bit of depth of field on this shot, but you've got bits hanging off the IV You can add flowers, by the way, as well. So, and you can change the plants if you want to. I think Sean's built in this as the basic default, comes with it. But effectively, you will be able to add more. And if we get time, we'll obviously add more to the library for that as well. But adding flowers alone, you can obviously change those, color change those, etc. But you can see really how beautifully you can make that grow without really the effort that you have to do with Tendril. But again, just to be precise, this could do the majority of your building, but then you could use Tendril for doing something which has to be very specific, let's say around a logo or something like that.
Spell out a name. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I want to just show one more, and this was back from a distance with a little bit of depth of field. Classic pullback last shot. And you'll see this on one of the tutorial videos I've done for this. It runs these 3 videos are part of that, so you'll see these in more depth there. You can see that one over there is going through the roof. Actually, it doesn't look too bad. I quite like it doing that, actually. But anyway, again, it's super fast, super fun to use, and again, brand new, obviously, with LightWave 26. Sorry, I'm on the right one. Yeah. So remember, it is still being worked on. It's very solid, though, usable straight away. Obviously, we'll add more functionality and more capability with it over the coming weeks. If any of you find any bugs, obviously get them to us, but it is absolutely amazing to use. Just remember, on complex geometry, so if you're doing a wall, not a problem, right? You won't need to do anything with that. If you're doing relatively simple geometry, not a problem. But if it's complex geometry, you are going to want to basically simplify that for the ivy. So this is kind of your worst case scenario. So that's why we've done it with this one, to show you that we've replaced that. But in a lot of situations, you're just putting it up a wall, or you're putting it around a door, and relatively simple things. But it's
decoration.
Also, sorry, Bob?
Decoration. I mean,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, it's making the scene dirtier, and one of the things we've done, I mean, with spider web as well, and a lot of things are about adding those little bits of detail that you normally would avoid because they're a nightmare. This makes it super simple. Literally add the null. Actually, would it be worth me just quickly doing that one more time at just the basics of it, just to show people how easy that is? Would you mind?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Actually, I should have closed the VPR. That would probably crash it. Oh, that works okay. All right, so let's load that. So same thing again, does take a few seconds to load. And I think of this as this is a major feature, like the the Ripper 2. This is the modeling tools like the Fillet and the the bevel and the fracture. They're really cool things we've added to this. So just again, for those people who are going to be testing it, utilities. I think are we putting it there as standard? Do we know, Juice, or is that just where I put them?
Menu location is still up in the air.
Oh yeah, fine, okay. So you might need to hunt for it and place it. I placed them in the bottom of utilities, but so Ivy. So all we do, go Ivy, choose the collision mesh. So that's the collision mesh there, which is the low poly mesh as opposed to the high poly mesh. Do that. That's great. Then place sperm points.
I'm going to rename that menu now. That's it.
I can't even say it right now. Spawn points. So we'll just quickly add those. I'm just going to bung them where we had them on the first scene.
Spawn.
Let's put another one there. We'll do one over here and just one. Let's do.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, though you can't see it, the collision mesh does actually go all the way around that building. It's slightly inside.
Actually, I think I've gone a bit too close in there, but never mind. That's all right. But apply the surfaces, and let's just grow those a little bit bigger. Probably should have used less points. Classic me, really. There we go. So I obviously put those a bit too close into the wall, but fundamentally you can see stupidly easy to use. and fun to use. And obviously, if you get it wrong, just go back, start again, or whatever. It's easy to go and mess with once you've got it right. But it's very easy to play with and very, very fast and good. So that's it. So that's Ivy for LightWave 2026. So are we back with the screen?
Yep.
Cool.
So who's next? What do you want to do? Sean, you did a number. Let me fire up one here. Let me do our new fracture tool.
Oh, I love the fracture tool. I really love the fracture tool.
So I learned from last time I need to do a little bit of window positioning here before I do this.
So remember, guys, just before Juice gets started, everything we're showing here is in the open beta, right? Everything.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So, and there's probably a few things that we aren't showing that are in the open beta, but everything we're showing today is to show you as much as we possibly can within the time limit.
Some of mine are not in beta yet. They're too new. They're sort of hot off the press yesterday or this morning.
Yeah, they'll be coming online though.
Yeah.
I've seen some of them. They're amazing. Yeah.
Good. All right. So if I shift now to my screen, I'll have you know it took me 20 minutes to model this box. Okay, so anyway.
I did round corners on mine.
Well, what I wanted to do here is I just wanted to this is the new one. I went ahead and hid the other one. It's still included, but this is our new fracture tool. And one of the first things that I immediately fell in love with was that it's almost real time, so that you can just scrub values and see quickly.
You say almost real time. I would say that is real time. So.
Well, you see, I work on a higher order, and I see things a lot differently than most. All right, I'm going to just try to run through this as I can. So here's our base layout. What we've got up at the top is whether or not we're choosing pure random or entering a seed. I just need to make sure that I don't have that on yet. I will get there. So pure random, or you can feed it a seed value. That's just up at the top. Preference, currently I don't have one. And then crack width. Crack width is well, it's interesting because what I can do with it is I can either have it completely sealed like this. Maybe I want to have it that way. I can't slide a business card in between the cracks of each of the things, where I can roll this up and I can start getting a separation. Now, you might wonder why I would want to have a separation. Well, maybe this is a modeling thing. If I took this and did it onto like a flat path that's got a little bit of a thickness, I could create flagstones. I could create a rock wall that has, stacks, and I want to see that. But I have found, and as most of our users would probably want, is that if you stick it at 0.0001, I haven't been able to see that render in a render. So that's a great value, a great place to have that for using it with bullet. And I'll get there. Yes, I will. Apply detail. This is actually fracturing inside of the box, so that the planes on the inside are not as perfect. And that can be useful, especially if you're doing something that you're going to wind up seeing the end result on. Down here at the bottom, this is where we get fun. Currently, I'm using endpoints in mesh. This is just a Voronoi, and it's I've got 16 random points inside of the mesh that's being used to break this up. I can change it to rectangular cells, and rectangular cells, you see, is like running it through a bandsaw. I can tell it how many per count, per axis, and then below that I can jitter it. And this jittering is what's really kind of interesting, because that's where you get to, and I just did like Sean. I'm gesturing with my hands and no one can see it. You can jitter those verticals and get it to create something, entirely different. Now we get fun. These are the where this little handle is. And I've just got to show you this right off. As the beginning here, it's 0, 0, 0. So it's fracturing literally from the center. So if I come in here and select this polygon and pull this out, you'll see it's fracturing from inside that cube. For me, that's just, that is so cool. I imagine trying to, almost do like gem cutting. But what this allows me to do is that point I can place. So I can actually click onto the surface of my object and I can plan where the thing is going to break from. So like maybe I'm going to break it from down here on the corner, or maybe from up on top or something. Again, we have the number of fracture points. And for me, it's one of those things that the random, because I've got it on pure random, every time I roll one of these values, it's going to be different. So if I go down to 14, back to 15, 14, back to 15, it's going to be different every time. So I can kind of keep adjusting that and keep wiggling it until if I see a render error or a flatness error, I can just kind of keep rolling it and rubbing it to get it to go away. That's and then down here, radial. And as you can see here, this is different. When you were looking at this on the cube, it looks kind of useless. But if you think about it as being on a more thin cube, this is starting to behave more like a bullet hole or a point hole fracture on something that's flat. Now, I'm going to come back here to spherical cells and show you secondary. Now, this is the apply secondary. So this is the initial crack, and thank you. I can apply secondary, which will say do more past that. And as you can see, I just got a little thing there. So I can come back here to base and scrub that out, scrub it back and find it and be happy. So you see what this is now doing with the secondary. This is secondary iteration. So let's go further. How many of the value to break? So I'm saying a quarter of them. And then maximum secondary 5. So that's where you're seeing the little, and I'm going to steal a little bit of thunder from one of our other plugins, the spider webbing inside of the given fractures. Now, here's the fun part about this particular fracture tool is I'm looking at this and I see, oh my goodness, I've got a giant block right here. I can drop the tool, select it, connected, and then run fracture again. And let's break him over here. So I can break things in place where my randomizer has decided, well, I'm going to ignore that place. I'll do that one again.
That is so cool.
Fracture him by popping them here, moving it there, something like this. Select all of that, fracture. Ooh, another giant one. So we can fracture him.
I got a question. Can it do fractured teeth for the next person that asks about foam?
I'm going to say foam is definitely.
So what I'm just going to do here is I'm going to do this real quick. So I'm going to save this object as my try here because I have a scene already loaded up. To drop it and fracture it using bullet.
That is so cool.
Now, one of the things that it does automatically currently, it does give you a cut surface. So I can change the color of the broken surface inside. But you can see here the 0.0001. I don't see him.
You can't see at all. That's amazing.
So if I show, let's see if I go here to this and actually select him, there's all the cracks.
In fact, that is a post filter tool that I've actually started working on. I haven't mentioned.
What, cracks?
Yeah, when you export that to MDD, you add my new plugin on top, and what it'll do is it'll detect those surfaces inside, merge the points, and remove the interior surfaces. So you then, if it's glass, you ain't going to see the cracked surfaces inside because they're not existent.
Just a quick question. I think Ben's already answered actually, but someone asked, do you have a glue strength? And I think Bullet
of course, that's built into Bullet.
Yeah, that's right.
Totally built in. So that, my friends, is the new fracture. I will make mention of some things coming. Number one, let me pull this down so I'm not looking up. Fracture has been designed from the start to be used in LightWave as a library. Currently, and the easiest way to get it working was to make it a modeler tool. We are working on making this, as I say, as a library so that it can be used directly in LightWave as part of any other tool that needs to have a fracture. So it's not going to be just a modeler tool forever. It will be part of Pro Tools. It will be part of advanced placement. It will be part of, everything that would want to have the ability to shatter an object.
Do you know the amazing thing? I asked when we were designing it, could we do that over time, to save the problem, whereby you have to do a replacement object? Wouldn't it be nice at frame 50 you start the fracture? But of course, actually, the very fact that the fractures are so tight you can't see them, it doesn't matter, right? I mean, I that might be possible as well, but the point about the so often with the fracturing tools, you see the fracture in this one 0.0001 or whatever it was, extraordinary. And
that's what I was saying. That tool, I haven't started it, but I've started it. If you know what I mean. That deletes those interior and merges those points, so you don't have a fractured object to start with. And then when the object starts breaking off, it puts the faces back. So you literally see this face suddenly appear in your glass as it shatters. Houdini's got it, and it looks absolutely fantastic in that.
As far as I see the question being asked, as far as a timeline for the library integration, when it's complete, when it's done, it's one of those things that certainly there's. I mean, yes, it's on our list. We don't have something that says it'll be a library function by 2 weeks from today. No, we don't have that. We have when all of the aspects and all the problems and all the everything is in place. It was.
There's no, I think the key thing to remember is where possible when we design stuff, we design it to be part of an ecosystem that's flexible, right? So I think in the past things have been done just for modeler, just for layout, whatever. This, as Juice has very clearly said, has been designed so we can utilize it in other areas, and it's like this is obviously something we're going to show later on, a bit of this. But the Ocean tool is not just going to be just for doing a C. The idea is you're going to add other things onto that, like the boat, the wake, etc. As we get to those and can add them in. It's designed from the ground up to enable us to do that. And the fracture tool is, again, one of those situations where we obviously know it's going to be wanted, maybe in Pro Geo or whatever the case may be. And so we designed it on that basis straight away. Sorry, Juice, didn't mean to.
No. It is one of those things. It's just, the understanding of, we could have held fracture back until it was a complete library and and part of everything. But it's useful before then. So we wanted to get, we wanted to get the tool working before. I mean, I guess it's a quicker thing to get something useful, and then make it even more useful. But it's been designed with that in mind, essentially.
Yeah. So, guys, we've obviously got a lot to do. So, should we move on to? Should we do? Is it possible? I'm just suggesting, because they're relatively quick. I was thinking, because obviously we've got USD and we've got the glTF, right? So maybe what we do is show a glTF scene. Might be useful if that's possible. And the USD.
The thing about it is that the one thing about glTF, the reason to have it as a show for today is that there's a new aspect that's been put into it, and it's very, very quick to show it. So yeah, let me add this back to stage. So the thing is that with some glTF files, you get I need to actually
I did drop you in there. I'm so sorry.
No. Look at the man behind the look over there, squirrel. Okay. So no, what it was I didn't I had a different build. So beta. So anyway, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to load in. This is a let's see, where did I even put it? I don't remember where I put it. Squirrel. While I 1 second here.
We can show something else while you're finding it.
I'll discuss. Here's the topic. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
I got it. So here we go. And yay, squirrel.
Okay. While you're hunting it out, Simon Smalley. So Simon Smalley, a very good friend of all of ours, has created a plugin called, which is it Spline Deformer? I can't remember what it's called. But
I don't remember what it's called either.
Yeah, it's unbelievable though, and I've got to say, if we'll get the name and come back to you with it, but I've got to tell you, he's finished it, showed it to us, done a video of it. It is amazing, and it gives you the ability to easily create animations over a spline path, and then I think you can adjust it in real time and all kinds of really clever things. Super Spline, there we go, and it is amazing. So it's going to be Simon selling that. I would seriously recommend everybody, if you get a chance, get a hold of it. It's a unbelievable plugin, and I'm trying to get pictures of Simon in compromising positions, so he'll give it to me. But hey, right now you got, but it's well worth it. I would say it is a fantastic tool, and he's done a really good job. Simon, obviously, like Sean, like me, and Juice, we're all animators. So he's thought about it from the animator's point of view, and it's just a beautiful plugin, and I can't recommend it enough. Very, very good.
Okay. I have no idea why this is fighting me.
Oh, no, it's okay. So what about if I do it, or Sean, what would you be like to do, either motor rig or Gaussian splats? What do you fancy?
Yeah, I could do motor rig.
Motor rig.
Yep, I'll just fire up LightWave.
You get it up. Let's get motor rig done. Cut a nice biggie.
Yep, and I'm sort of ready. We'll just need to load the scene. Yep, that's loaded.
Do you want to share your screen? Juice has got that already.
Yeah,
so,
I have to do that.
Right, I take it you can see that now.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't. Well, so yeah, so we got a vehicle and a really ugly looking landscape. The other thing I put in there as well is there's an object called path. I'll go top view just so you can see that. I've not worried about the speed of the path because that's going to get resampled. The important thing is the curves, like that one there. Maybe that's a bit too tight, so just bring that in. So yeah, that looks all right. We got a wiggle there, that'll do. So that's basically the path the vehicle will follow. And we need to now run rotor rig. And actually, let's switch views again. Again, this is another master plugin as well, so you know it can stay open. Big fan of those. So yeah, we got 8 wheels, so it's automatically detected those. Yeah, I should have used shorter file names here because you can't see it. If you click on there, you can see the full name. Right, so obviously we got extra wheels there, so let's select those. Those two are these 2 wheels at the front here, so we're going to add those with steering. And then these ones are the ones at the back. They don't have steering. And red, blue, I should colour these actually so it makes sense, it links up. So yeah, that's pretty much ready to go. We got our ground selected, that's important. These are different vehicle types. This hasn't got a chassis, it's just basically a base and wheels. So that's pretty much ready to click rig. And it's that simple. It's now rigging your car, or in this case, tank thing. That's rigged. And at the moment, it ain't going to do anything. So we need to go to the next tab, which is motion preview. The reason why it's called preview is because some of the IK won't work until you've baked it. So, right, anyway, need to select the path. And like I was saying about the resample, the path runs 0 to 490 frames. We're going to resample it to 500 frames. And that means when it resamples, it's going to make that, I'm using my hands to wave around again. It's going to basically resample that path so it runs at a constant speed. So if I click that, as you can see there, that's now, oh, except for the front end here, it does an acceleration. I need to fix that. That shouldn't. But yeah, that's now, let's find somewhere where we can see it. Yeah, as you can see, it's evenly spaced. There's an option here, auto, speed variations. So what that does, it detects sharp corners. So now I've clicked on it, that's on. So if I click OK, resample that path again, you probably notice that path slightly adjusted, and it should actually play now. So if I click play, what it'll do is when it comes to a corner, it'll slow down and speed up on the straight. You can see it's getting ridiculously slow there. And yeah, getting slow there because that's a tight turn. You're probably thinking, yeah, that's too slow. Those settings were a bit aggressive. So let's get rid of it. Right, let's turn that off. That probably should have been higher, really. So let's resample that and play it again. Now we're running at a constant speed. You can see the wheels are turning as well. Not turning, I mean the steering on both the front sets are working. But the one thing that isn't working at the moment, because it's not baked, I'll zoom in, that's the wheel camber. You'll see these wheels as it goes underground, overground, sorry, underground. Yeah, I think about there was the camber is off on the wheels. You know, it needs baking, but that's not a worry yet. Anyway, the next stage is you've got a little speedo. All right, you can tell it's traveling pretty much constant speed throughout there. It does duck and dive, that's going to happen, but we want to animate this. I need to set that default to 1, that's the tension. So right now I've touched that and put a key in, the vehicle's not going to go anywhere. So we need to animate it. So we go to say frame. Yeah, we go, 2 seconds in, it's going to accelerate up to, oops, not too fast. We go up to 30. So, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Starts at 0 and slowly accelerates up to 30. And we're now traveling at 30, constant speed. And let's slam on the anchors. Actually, let's do that back here. It'd be a bit more interesting. There. Right, so I'll drop a keyframe and we'll do a hard stop there actually. So I'll drop the speed right down to 0. So now I'll ignore the wheels as well. They'll spin the wrong way. They need bacon as well. So now when the vehicle reaches there, it's stopped. We throw another key in here and we'll do another accelerator way. This time I'm going to go a little faster. Whoops, not too fast. Yeah, if I go faster over this, then we can see the dynamics of the bumps and all that stuff. Yeah, all right, that's the full animation. It stops there, so that's perfect. All right, so that's that side done. So we now can, move on to the Dynamics tab. This one here is micro bumps. It's fake. It's basically procedural based. So by turning that on, what happens? You just saw all those wheels just adjust a little there. This is basically just a noise map that adds fake bump that doesn't exist on your mesh. So the wheels are bouncing up. We got an echo. What's going on?
One question, Sean, that's come up is that here, even though work in metric, how does this handle standard English units, or is it agnostic?
Units for.
So in other words, am I traveling 30 kilometers an hour, or am I traveling 30 miles per hour?
All right, you got the kilometers there. Ignore that M. That's I need to, because this is reading the distance. If I need to change these to floats. But yeah, you got miles per hour and kilometers per hour there.
So you're actually displaying both at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is miles per hour on the speedo. There ain't enough room to get the kilometers on there. So yeah, that's that. I can't remember where I was now. Oh yeah, micro bumps.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the wheels. That's not a good shot, is it? There. Yeah, that adds a fake bump to the wheels. Don't go too high because it'll be silly, but you can see what I mean. This, if you watch that front wheel, they're actually bouncing up and down based on a texture map. And obviously, to make that more detailed, you reduce it down here and you can see a rough idea of what the bump's going to be. Whoop. Yeah, you can see that I've got it set too high. Some wheels are going off the ground. I mean, 40 millimeters the micro bump, so you're probably better off dialing that all the way down to 10. That'll keep the wheels close to the ground. The other option is apply the wheelbase. By clicking on that, it'll switch the plugins on each one of the controllers to a different item, and that basically means that these bumps will affect the dynamics. I'm not going to do that. In fact, I'm going to turn that off for now, and we just have the wheels perfectly smooth to the ground. Right, let's get a better view actually. Right, now the dynamics. So we need to run a bake first. Worst luck, this one's slow because it's actually baking quite a lot of that rig. And what it does, it'll turn off all the plugins that drives the wheels and all that lot. The camber will actually be working now once that's baked. And yeah, once this is baked as well, we can now start adding dynamics.
So I'm presuming that it's using that as a solid base to which to do the dynamics on.
Yeah, yeah. So I just freaked out there. I thought, why did it stop? I stopped it there, didn't I? I thought, oh, yeah. So yeah, it's a shame. This bake is actually quite slow. But at some stage, I mean, this has been driven by Python, so it's going to be slow. But at some stage, I'm going to get this well, it'll be a nightmare, but I'm going to rewrite it in C++, which should speed a lot of it up. In fact, I'll tell you for now, the bit with the wheels spinning backwards and whatnot, I've got a new tool that I've been working on for tank treads that does forwards and backwards, reverse and all that lot with the wheels. Right, that's baked. What it's done as well, it's baked some padding frames. That's important because it needs to know which way the wheels are supposed to be facing. So now, as you can see, now all the plugins are stripped. We're actually up to a very good speed, but no dynamics. I mean, if you don't want dynamics, that's actually a fairly reasonably good sort of drive. You know, it's the basics. But anyway, this is where the fun comes in. Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm looking up there. I've already done that. Before I go any further, all these are undoable, so I can undo that bake. I can go back here and undo the rig, start again, because sometimes the rig might cock up. You do get quirks, so you know, having that undo can sort of rescue you, start again right from scratch. Right, so if I click run sim, it's just re-rigged the car now with all the dynamic controllers and all that lot in. So now it's actually running with dynamics. You can see the body's wobbling, and it's not particularly best of dynamics. There you go. You can see that stop has caused the shocks to bounce. Now, each wheel's independent. They've all got their own. Well, the front and back anyway. The middle wheels, they don't have any dynamics on it. It's literally front and back. We can swap this for something a little more aggressive. Let's go off road and run sim.
If you can, Sean, let it play back a few times in between simming, because you barely saw the last one.
Yeah. Right. Well, this one's a bit more of a bouncy ride. You can see that wobble as it stopped. And also you can see it leaning around the corners as well, where gravity shifts. So yeah, it's a full physics engine basically. No, it's not Bullet.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, but Bullet is great, but it takes a lot of setup. So literally, it's a dynamic system that is just aimed at vehicles. So yeah,
to be fair, that's what you want, isn't it? It's better optimized. It's designed for it. It calculates incredibly fast, but it is using real dynamics. It's not, faking it. It's using dynamics, and that's why you've done loads of presets for it for different vehicles. Yeah,
that's where you can see that vehicle leaning over, because obviously
run it from there. Run it, get lower and show that bend.
Yeah, I'll come back here. Yeah, it should stay on the camera.
Wow, that's fab. Yeah,
more than one vehicle.
Currently, no. Basically work on your hero vehicle, bake it down. Once you got your sim done, bake it down, bring in your next vehicle. But the idea is yes, this it'll be easier when I move this plugin over to C because that's got more options. This is Python. I can't read plugin instances. It is an issue at the moment, but that I'll be looking at later.
It's version 1.
Yeah. It's version 1.
Yeah, it's extremely good. And you can, presumably bake that down and then load up another car, do another motion, it just won't do it all at once. That's fine. I think that's great.
Right, this is going to be a wild ride. I've just put it to a horse and cart, which is always funny. And as you can see, it's very wobbly. That seems to be rotating. I think I've spotted a bug. Good to spot. It looks like the braking. Yeah, the nose is not dipping. That's interesting. It was working before, so something I've done, improving something else. Yeah, the nose is not dipping. It's just wobbling side to side. It should do a nosedive as it brakes. Crap. Okay, I've got to investigate the code. I've obviously broke something. Yeah, it's only doing a side-to-side wobble still. You can see it happening. The weird thing is you can see it happening at the start. I've lost my mouse. Where's my mouse gone? There it is. Hate that. Yeah, you can see as it starts, the front end sort of lifts up and then drops back down. And you got that front wobble. Yeah, it looks like I've lost it on the braking there. That's an easy fix. But yeah, once you're happy with the dynamics and all that stuff, you got I'm done. Bake sim. Just click that, and I'm really happy with the amount of wobble on that. I like my passengers to be very sick. So yeah, now you can export that to anywhere, and this it'll play pretty much in anything. As you can see, these nulls, you can delete all those. I'd need to write a plugin that does a cleanup that basically deletes what's needed. But yeah, you can export that now to via FBX to anything really.
So once that's FBX, let's say, or basically a separate object, presumably you could load that into a scene and then do your second vehicle, having that as your guide, the first vehicle.
Yeah, just make sure. Yeah, just make sure when you're creating a new vehicle, this one's labeled car. Rig the new vehicle. You can load this in so it's alongside it. After you've made the rig, otherwise it's going to detect, the wheels of this vehicle, and that's where it gets a little monstrous. Because if you got two vehicles in with the same wheel names and stuff, it's going to muddle it all up. So that does need a bit of planning. But yeah, rig the new one, import your pre-baked one once the new one's rigged, and you can then start animating them side by side.
Brilliant.
But yeah, I think that's it really. Righty. But yeah, tank treads.
Obviously the nose dip issue you've found. Hopefully you'll be able to get that relatively quickly.
Looking at that, I think it's kind of there, but I think the rotation orders got flipped.
It might be that particular dynamic model as well. It is what it is, isn't it? Whereas it looked pretty good to me on the RV one. So for what it's worth. So
yeah, that looks like a rotation. Looking at that, it's a rotation order. It's yeah. That's an easy fix. It won't take me half hour, I think.
Dare I prompt Sean with a comment?
Go on then.
Oh, tracked vehicle. Well, it's coming.
I just said that. I just said I'm working on tank tracks.
Definitely. Yeah.
Recent bug as well I fixed was the wheels, because that tank had 9 and it just jumbled them all up. So yeah, there actually is no limit on how many wheels you have. You can have 30 wheels and it'll still spin them and cast them to the ground. The only trouble is obviously you're going to have it's going to look stupid. But with the tank treads, I've got to rethink, because tank treads move over the ground a little bit different. It's like as you come to I haven't got any sharp hills here, have I? As
Yeah, you mean the shape of the
Yeah, because
tread.
it's tend to be a flat bed. For example, the front wheel here on a tank might be off the ground, and it'll. Yeah, so I need to. It's like moving a stick.
Yeah.
I need to, it does need a rethink. Because obviously someone's going to cramp their tank up a steep hill and crash it down, and it's got to look right.
We're good. We've got an awful lot to show. So just let's
start. Right, goodbye.
Let's end that one. But just a quick thing, which just for what it's worth for those people who are asking about the tank track one, I've seen an early sort of proxy that Sean's done of it, and right down to it lag between the belts of the tank track. You can have them dip down in between the wheels or taut, whatever you want, and it pulls them depending on the pull of the bottom wheels, so they'll flatten out and move up and down. It's fantastic. Not that you'll see that on most tanks because you have a cover over it, but it's an extraordinary thing, and that is definitely coming, and it's going to be amazing. So
I can show glTF now. So
there we have it.
I managed to sort what gremlins were in wherever they were. So this is very quick, very, very quick. This is just an update to show things about what we're doing with glTF. Some objects that you gain or that you get have multiple animation passes. And this particular one has a number. This came from a meshy, so it had several built in. It was a power spin jump, dancing, running, walking. And what our new support allows is you can pick which animation you want to load, or you can import all of them as a chain. So as you bring this in and then hit play, and now, really? Everything was working fine. Until I decided, all right, so, but what I can do, this should work, is if I just bring in one. And no, really? So seriously, this work, it's got to be something with...
I'll check the mesh is connected to the bones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, I go brain dead.
Double click on. Yeah. I'll let you figure it out.
Yeah. All I was going to say is that I know it's worked because I've seen it. Right. So would it be worth just closing that one and we show?
That might be. Let me just close down layout.
It is a live demo. It's always going to happen.
I loaded it like 5 times.
I know, and so after glTF, are you going to? Do you think you better do USD or do you think?
I can do USD? Yeah, I'll do USD right after this.
Okay.
So
right, should we do another one while we're waiting?
1 second. I'm right here.
You sure?
I'm importing all.
He's not very prepped, this Deuce, is he?
Well, I got jumped on it. Hang on, here we go.
It's demo syndrome, isn't it?
So yeah. I just did a restart of layout. Here's the whole thing. And what this is chaining all the animations together. So it's the idea that, then what you could do is you could take this into... I think I discovered the issue. If I'm scrubbing, interesting. So anyway, what you could do is you could take this into, animation or mixer and split those up, so you'd have everything loaded in your thing. So
that's cool.
Yeah. So let me just do this. Let me do this. Oops. Hang on. Clear. And so it's one of those questions of, all right, so here, and I'm going to do, got to be in the thing. Come here for the USD importer. Now, currently, that's the way we have it. It's an actual importer that you fire off. Will we make that part of the load? I'm not sure. So here we go. Where did I hide those?
Should we have a 15-minute break?
Lord, yeah, I'll be the one today to be just, you know, all over the place and trying to remember where I stuck things to.
Do you know what? Should I do spiderweb?
I'm sorry?
Should I do spiderweb?
Okay, and I'll make sure I know where USD is. So let me do that.
Spiderweb.
All right,
Yeah.
you need to share your screen.
Spiderweb is so that he could do that damn tune.
Yeah.
And,
Actually, it was Spiderweb from Bad News. It's a drummer. His name's Spiderweb.
So tell me when you're up.
And there you go.
Oh,
Okay, thank you. Okay, I go. I'm ready. Good.
Go.
Okay. So spiderweb. So like Ivy, it's another way of adding a bit of dirt to your scene. I've just got 3 objects here made, effectively saved in one layer. So effectively one object, but a ball and a box and a torus with a hole in it. But don't ask me why it's got a hole in it. Anyway, okay. So I just call up spiderweb and I choose my collision mesh, and then I can add my spawn points, and you don't want to do too many of them because it will get stupidly busy really quickly. But let me go to my perspective mode and just quickly view in here. So I'm going to add a few of these points. Let's do maybe one up in that corner. Do another one around there. And you can see it really just works super fast. And obviously I'm just putting nulls on it, but I mean they're clicking on it beautifully, so which is good. They didn't, by the way, at one point. so there's our object. Obviously it's going to be fairly hefty. All we do to activate that is hit the space bar, which is exactly the same as Ivy, and it will create a spider web. There we go. So we have several things it can do. You can do like a cobweb, and it can do a spiral web. I'm concentrating on the cobweb, but it will do full spiral webs as well, if that's what you prefer. And you can do a radial, spiral, the droplets, all the usual things. Now, it has very slight color coding, and that's simply to group everything into groups that obviously affect the same area. So just bear in mind, that's why we've done them. We've tried to be as subtle as possible, but it really does help when you're actually messing with it. So you can see our object there. There's no real gravity on that, which is a bit of a shame. So what I want to do is add some more gravity. So let's add 70% more gravity. And now we've got the mesh sort of bending underneath, looking substantially more real. So we've got here the strands, bridges, rungs. So the strands are the lead ones that point to point. The bridges are going in between a strand across to another bridge or another strand attaching in between. Rungs are the little bit that go in between that dirty up the mesh, if you like, give other lines. And obviously all of those are adjustable and controllable and so on. We also have web thickness, so we can adjust that. I'm going to take that down to 0.5. And that shouldn't, I don't think that will adjust the, no, it won't adjust the measurement. Oh no, that did, okay. All right, so there we go. So we've got now a much finer detail on that, and obviously it's a much finer looking mesh. So we also have the ability to add droplets onto the mesh as well. So there's 2 situations where you might want to do that. You might want to do it for morning dew, so you might want to put little dew droplets on it. Likewise, you might want to put little sticky droplets on it. So some spiders will leave a web and they'll leave little sticky patches or balls along the line of the actual mesh.
Morning dew.
Yeah, thanks.
With dewdrops.
Yeah. So morning dew. There we go. I'll name it morning dew. So we're going to just simulate that and just show you how that works. So obviously I've got a fairly hefty mesh. This will take a bit of time. So we're going to leave it at the default size of 3. They'll be quite big. So turn that on, wait, and there we go. So if I zoom into those, you can see those sitting on the
Morning dews.
Hey.
Hey. Right. So likewise, I mean, that's obviously, they're fairly big. So that's perfect for those situations where you're doing morning dew. But if you want to do like the little sticky patches, you can take those down to, let's say, 1.2. Again, it will regenerate those, takes a bit of time. And you can obviously turn off the gravity so they don't stick underneath. They can then stick more on it. But you can see they're still underneath, and that's because the gravity is set to 50. But effectively, that gives you a really good way of controlling that. So just to let's put the VPR on that so we can see that. Oh, that's normally refreshing faster than that. Why is that not doing? Is that because there's? Oh, yeah, it's because it's fairly dense mesh, right? Okay. Yeah. So obviously that's with VPR. You can see it straight away. Obviously, you want that to resolve, but it's you instantly have a really good mesh. Will that work with Octane? Yes, of course it will. So you can take that across to Octane as well. And obviously we haven't surfaced that, but you could surface that as well. Juice, did I send you the renders for the?
Yes, you did.
Okay, so let me just finish the explanation, and then you can show them. All right. So I suppose that ultimately you get, it's very easy to understand. So it's effectively your setup. You've got then your cobweb control, and then your spider's web control if you want to do that kind of web. But it's perfect for putting in the corner of ceilings, or one on a chair leg to the seat, I don't know, piece of wood, whatever, or a corner of a door, whatever the case would be. Just again adding that little bit of detail that you normally would not bother with because it's just too darn difficult. I mean, imagine trying to make that. It would take you an age. So it's kind of one of those things that is going to speed you up dramatically, and give you, sort of a fantastic way of adding those things now, like the IV, in seconds, not hours and hours and hours and hours of work, maybe days of work. And again, it's included with LightWave as standard in LightWave 26. Everything, by the way, we're showing you is built into LightWave as standard, as were the list of all the previous features. So for anybody new to LightWave, just remember everything we show is included. You're not having to buy these as separate plugins as you have to do with many other packages. They are included as standard, and we develop them. And actually, one of the things we're going to try to do with this one, and I'm just letting this out there because it may not happen, but we're going to try to add a breeze movement to it as well, so that it will be effectively able to animate in breeze, so it sort of moves a little bit and so on. That's something we're working on. How well we do with that, I don't know, but we've got the base tools to do it. We just need to try and see if we can make that work.
Very close to getting that demoable, but yeah, I had a few little quirks and bugs that needed to iron out. But yeah,
shall I show the render?
That's something else as well. I want to run in with VDB as well, so you can use VDB wins.
So if you look at this, I've labeled it as it goes through, but these were rendered yesterday night. So you can see that's basically the same as I've just done here, a little bit less detail, but that's with the little dewdrops on it. There's no texture on this one, so it's fairly basic. Here we go. Just get in close. Oh, there was a little bit of texture on them, but not much, a bit of depth of field. But again, awesome with depth of field, by the way. If you're moving through it, it looks fantastic. This is just Octane, obviously slightly different lighting. That just looks fab, doesn't it, straight away? And obviously you could refine that, go a little finer, might make it a bit better. That's kind of cool. But you can see with depth of field, how cool would that be in an animation, just to add that little bit of detail, going through a web into a window, whatever the case may be. But do you want to run that one more time, Bud? And
doing it one more time, yeah.
Thank you, sir. So that's the spiderweb plugin, again included as standard. I have to say, I started playing with this probably about 3 or 4 days ago, and it's one of those things you just keep on going. You just keep on trying new things, and it's fab to use. Really easy, and really fun to animate with. And because obviously you can see the geometry, so doing things like depth of field and those sort of things with it are just easy. And you can see what you're clashing into. You just move the camera. You know, this was a prime example. I think I did the one after this where I go through it. I was just hitting one of the strands, and I just moved the camera, re-render, and it's fast to render as well. So, you know, super easy to animate with, super easy to visualize, works great, and included as standard with LightWave 2026. Good. That's enough, Bud. That's all good.
Yep.
So I don't think that one we've shown before, have we? That's brand new. I think
I'm not. I can't remember, honestly.
Yeah. I think that's there's a few here we've not shown before, I think, and so that's
right.
that.
So now, probably for the fastest demo ever, now that he's found all the files that he needs.
Yeah.
You hush, Sean. Okay, so
That's my
here. So we do our USD importer. I'm just using the kitchen set. We have some controls here for naming the morphs and, you know, some of the tuning. Now, I will make this very, very clear that currently USD is import only. We do not have an export currently. Obviously, we want to add that in, but this is USD import VPR.
Actually, can I just chip in a second on this, which is, so this is a standard benchmark test for USD. Yes. So it's got a shed load of objects, and obviously when you're developing it, you're trying to make it so that all of that comes in correctly. That gives you the base that it's working perfectly. And this is one of the demo scenes for USD specifically for testing it. And so we did have a couple of situations where that ironing board was balancing precariously in midair, but now all completely working, and it's lovely, fantastic to see.
So there's I'll be making sure that everything comes in texture wise. It comes in as principled. It converts. And it's I don't have the Shabazi bar switched on. Sorry about that. But no, everything it supports all of it. It's and I'll make sure that the website and that any detail notes that comes out, I'll make sure to collect all of the everything that USD imports, just to make sure that we're clear on everything and everything.
Yeah, except those itemized or categorized morphs.
Yeah.
Bone rigs, textures. It's a very good plugin, to be honest. I'm very impressed.
It all brings in. The only, like I say, no export yet.
No. Yes, and bear in mind, we've talked about USD for a while, and this is the first time we've shown it because it's working. So we'll obviously try to put together an even more, see if we can find some more complex loads of animation, etc. But it is working, and it's fantastic, and it's solid. So
I see a question here. Can you look in importing from iClone? What format is iClone? Is it their own, or does iClone save to USD? What's our mark?
As far as I know, it does FBX and USD.
If it does USD, then this should import it.
Yeah, should work fine. Yeah,
the FBX side is a bit of a problem. In fact, Simon's got a filter for that that successfully loads them into LightWave from FBX.
So that's USD. We can load
Awesome.
them.
Cool. And you're happy you've done glTF? You've shown. I mean, it basically works. So
Yeah, it works. It was the main update of glTF was the ability to select the different animations as part of it.
Would it be only because it's quick? And I know it's just I think it's a relatively easy down. I'm about to drop juice in it again. Here we go.
You're about to do it to me again, aren't you?
I'm about to pick one of the 20 left. Are you ready?
You want me to do Godot?
Yeah, that's my boy. That's so that's
Godot.
This is people who use Godot, which is a game engine.
Godot.
Yeah, Godot. And so
G'day,
basically,
Godot?
Godot.
I'm trying to think of the best way actually to show that. 1 second here. Let me. I'm not going to show my desktop. Let's see.
it's not possibly worse than mine, can it? To be honest.
So,
Goose is hiding his porno pictures.
all right. So, what I need to do here is I need to add mine to the stage. This is Godot. Now, how to make this so clear? I have used Godot now for an entire 20 minutes. So I have no idea how to use Godot. I know barely enough to even to do this. But here's the important takeaway. I'm going to start this as a 3D scene. And down here in my assets, I have LightWave files. I have a scene file. I have some object files. There is no conversion step. Okay? Get that clear. You don't have to go to glTF and into Godot. You don't have to go FBX and into Godot. I can take this scene file and just drop it right in onto the scene. If I right click on this, I've learned this much. And enable editable children, I can come here to my animation player and let's see, does it spacebar? It does not spacebar. It's right here. So here's the animation. Again, like I have tried to be real clear, here's an object. Here's a LightWave box. Here's a plumbing logo that I made for a local company. These are LWOs, okay? I'm not having to change anything. And if I loaded this into LightWave and say, this is the same content directory file structure that we are used to in LightWave. So I could then load this into LightWave, make the modification, and save it. It updates. It's all here. This is the environment light. So let's see, if I hid that, you see there's the lighting there. If I turn this light off, what everything is trying to, 03, this is current LightWave, Shabazi. So this is trying to match everything that's in, yes, it loads LWS. I just drug an LWS scene file right in here into Godot. And what it's doing on import of LWS is it's reading the camera, it's reading all the lights, it's reading, it's reading everything and converting it to Godot standard. So it is absolutely a direct step. Is straight from LightWave into Godot, straight in. There's no conversion. Could I pause?
How much is Godot?
It's free.
It's free.
No, it's free. Not it's free? That sounded like a question. Yeah.
No,
I believe it's a free game engine. I think it's one of those things that it's going to be one of those things where if your game, makes 100 grand or whatever, then they expect money. I'd have to look on the website. I would have to look on the website, but this is, the fully functional Godot engine, and yeah.
It's a game engine, Shabazi.
Mhm.
So just answer that question.
And yes, it's free.
And by the way, is it actually free, or are we talking free?
We're talking free.
Oh shit!
I think it's just one of those things that if you start making a lot of money, with your game, I think they would probably want a little bit of a kickback. I mean, that would be nice.
That's great,
but,
Rob.
Yeah,
Good.
I mean, the thing about it is that from what I gather, there is absolutely no other integration that is like this. We are 100% straight in. You don't have an intermediary.
So should we go with it, Bud? It's awesome. So that's another thing, capability there. So should we do? I'm trying to think. If you could do it relatively quickly, Sean, would it be possible to do a little bit on the asset browser and maybe then the window node?
It's ready to go.
I knocked that out the back. I literally was guessing, and you did. Unbelievable. Okay.
I need more. So, right. Asset browser. I'll take it my screen's visible because I can't tell.
Yeah, it's all there, Bud. All good.
Yep, there it is. It's originally was in Python, and this is a rewrite, so it's going to have quirks and bugs. Well, I haven't actually finished the code yet, but because I've written it in C++ now, there's a lot of things that I couldn't do before. We start with ignore gsplats, GLB files. That's actually a folder, not a file. So in here, we got some GLB files. Let's grab a logo. And there we go, loaded. And you can preview it. There's a little option here, click on that, and it'll save that and use it as a thumbnail. So that's GLB. LightWave objects. There was a bug. The UV map seems to, this is the UV seams. Some reason, even though you load that in layout, they look fine. In this plugin, for some reason, or this tool, sorry, they're showing completely wrong, which is a shame. But I will fix that. Actually, if I go back down a level, LightWave objects, they work with textures. Actually, I just showed that, didn't I? Let's move on. Right, so mega scans. This is using the I can't remember what I call it now. Hang on. Yeah, mega scans bridge. It dumps them in folders so they're easy to find. So if I double click on here, it's actually browsing all the downloads that I've downloaded with the mega scans bridge. So double click on one of these. 1K, that shouldn't be there. They should have been ghosted. That's an error. Crap. I think that one. And click send to layout. What that's doing now is it's firing up the kit conversion and surfacing it. You can see it's doing all the processing there. And that should be done. Yep, that's done. And what it's done as well is it actually, reason why I've got modeler file open in the background is what it's done, because these models normally come in as separate models. What it's done is it's actually sent them to modeler, converted them to a layered object, which basically means, where am I looking? Yeah, you can see the colon there. That basically means these are, it's one object layered. So if they were separate, in fact that I should have gone straight to scene editor. You got one surface for them. And the cool thing is, if I go back to the browser and Go to LightWave presets, model library. It's created a folder, Megascans. Double click on there. And it didn't do it, did it? Oh, Megascan plants, sorry, there. Yep, that's a new bug. It's done it twice. It should have done it the once because it's already there. But again, that's the full object. Now it doesn't matter. I don't have to clear the scene. I can send it straight to layout without clearing the scene. And now I should have 2 sets of that plant in there. There we go. So yeah, because that's a better warn as well with important direct from Megascans. Yeah, this is still needs fixing that as well. Okay, that's bizarre. Yeah, I've crashed it. Oh no, there we go. We're back. So yeah, with Megascans, they need it needs to clear the scene to load them. So yeah, make sure you haven't got a scene in the background. The other side is videos. Can't remember what that is. Nope. All right, let's look for a render folder. I'm in the wrong folder altogether. There we go. Right, this is a render I did earlier. This is a giveaway, actually, what's coming up. So yeah, if I double click on this, this is a movie file. So we got a quick way of previewing your renders. Used to be able to link them to a LightWave scene. That's not in this version. I've yet to got to rewrite that. So basically the idea is you right mouse click on this and open the LightWave scene. That link is actually broken at the moment. But yeah, so you got a full player, so you can preview your animated frames. And you've got an option here, export to video, so you can export it to either a movie file or MP4. So that's all in there. Andrew's favorite, rename sequence. You got, that's got 3 digits. I'm not happy about that. I prefer 4. Just click that to 4, renumber, done. The Python version you'd be drumming your fingers while it's skipping through those. This just done 400 frames in a matter of seconds, or less than a second. So yeah, you got renumbering, and that did crack. Yeah.
That's good, Bob.
That's basically the browser. It's still a work in progress. So yeah, I can't get that to beta yet because we also need to work out a way how to build it.
Is it worth putting the slower version in the short term? It's up to you.
The Python version probably not, because that also has problems building. We couldn't get it to build on the Mac, which is why I then switched to C++.
Okay, so that's coming in. Okay.
I think we're probably weeks away being able to get that one out. I just need to get it over to Dave and get Dave to create some build code so it can build on a Mac.
That's good.
But not that far off, but also got, as you saw, quite a few bugs to fix. That's early days yet. So yeah, that's that. Oh, no, it's not. The other thing I added to it, I don't know if I've got any in this folder. I haven't. It's all May. I'm looking for March. It's not in there. Don't know where I'm looking. But basically you can view VDB files. In here I've got some VDBs and I can't remember where. We'll leave that for another day. But yeah, you can open and view up, like the object browsers, you can view VDBs. Oh, there's one. And it's not a very good one. So yeah, it's got VDB viewer. In fact, that's the first frame, isn't it? It's going to look stupid anyway. There we go. So that's actually fire. So we need to view that as fire.
Wow.
And yeah, I could not do any of this with Python. So moving it over to C++ just opened so many doors. Yeah.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive. I need to put a grid on. It's difficult to tell.
Would that play back a sequence of those, or?
It can, but I haven't set that up yet.
Oh, no, fine.
Yeah, because at the moment it's just showing them as all single files.
That's okay.
Yeah, so yeah, that's on my mind as well. So don't worry. So yeah, there is a lot to this package, but where I've ported it over, a lot of it isn't working yet.
It's all good, but we've got a lot to still get through, right? So question was, and I suppose just to also help Juice, do you want to get the advanced placement ready? And would you really do you want to do the Windows node, Sean?
I'll do that now.
Cool. You do Windows node, give and Juice, you do advanced placement afterwards?
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to watch that again. Anyway,
right.
Not to put much pressure, but just saying,
Yep, I'll load the unshaded. So yeah, I'm ready. See, I'm ready. Oh, someone muted Andy.
No, I'm still here. I'm
looking at I'm looking at the YouTube screen. It's delayed, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So, let's open VPR first. Show you what we got. Now that's your normal boring window render. Something I should add. There's a modeler plugin as well that actually automatically creates the UVs for your windows. I won't be showing that now because I haven't prepped for it. But anyway, this is quick and easy. So we go in here, window, plug that in there, and find our window files. There should be in images. Oh, there's a lot of images. Windows. Right. I've basically got a folder full of windows here. A lot of them. You can download these online. You have to pay for them, so I can't hand them out. So just click on the top one, middle one, doesn't matter. Click OK. They can be PNG files or whatever. Why hasn't that worked? Oh, yeah. We need to plug in an emission. There we go. Right. As you can see, they're not random. So we need to click randomize. And now we've got random windows. And actually, let's go to perspective. Right. Some windows are going to be different shapes. So what the tool does is it measures each window it's projecting on, and it'll automatically size for them. As you can see, that wall there, that is definitely not matching a perspective. So auto aspect pulls that in, and now it knows that that window is a different shape. See, these ones are correct still. Yeah, then you got curtains, which I believe are on layer 1. Yep, there you go. Curtains are there. And you got other mid-ground objects. I think that one's 9. That's people. And this one, I think, should be 3. Yeah, you can see furniture, people, and stuff. And yeah, very real time. And that's pretty much it. There are some other options here. You know, you can adjust the room depth. That's in meters. Now it goes back 4 meters. You can see that's overstretched on those. I need a bigger display. So 2 meters is probably good for those image files. But yeah, that's window. There is still some work to be done. What I want to do is set up something that detects that this window is next to this window, so it has the same projection maps, so that it doesn't look odd. And also when you rotate round, that you end up looking through glass as opposed to a wall, because the window's disappeared. They're sort of easy fixes, I think. But yeah, just more to add.
Yeah,
So,
we have like a template for creating the image files for that, right?
Yeah, I gave Ben a copy of that. It will be in the docs. The image files are actually very straightforward. They're just broken up into grids. Let's find one. Yeah, that one I do. There we go.
Can I ask you a favor in a second? Would you just do a very slow scroll around just so they can see the perspective change in the room? No, keep showing that first. That's all good.
All right. Yeah. Now I've lost it. What's that one? Yeah, so you got wall, back wall, and side wall. So these two are the side walls. That's your carpet. That's your ceiling, and the four corners. You can put whatever you like in there. It doesn't matter. You just pick which tile. This is tile 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And yeah, so you want to see that spin. Let's go to camera view.
You probably should have done a video, shouldn't we, of this? But it works great.
I don't know whether Deuce has still got it, but
I'd have to find it.
Yeah, but yeah, you can pretty much see it from that. It's kind of hard to see because it's rendering.
No, sorry, just move it to one position, hold for a few seconds, then move it down the timeline so it's spinning. You're spinning around the building. Hold for a few seconds. Just let everybody see, preferably when you're closer up. Just want everybody to see how well it works because it's so fantastic.
Perspective. Yeah, so if I scroll up a bit.
Look at that. And I mean, if you look at that sort of mid-floor, you really get a sense of how well that's working.
Yeah, it is very good. I know that there's loads of different methods of doing that sort of tiling. There's one that uses, I think it's a spherical map, but I think the tile maps are probably easier to work with. Don't need specialist rendering or anything like that to create them. And yeah. So yeah, that's Windows.
Yeah,
I'm working on an Octane version. That's actually proven a bit difficult because I wanted to code it in OSL, which I've got working. But the problem is OSL doesn't let you get the polygon IDs or anything like that, so you can't do the random per polygon. You can't get the polygon sizes, so that is going to be more manual. You'll have to, literally do multiple surfaces for making it random, and also, fixing the aspect as well. That'll have to be done manually as well, which is a great shame.
Well, no, that's okay. But let's not worry about one that's not done. So,
no. I'm just saying, Octane's going to be proving a problem with this. Yeah.
So
but
there is
there. But
I just want to mention it while we're at it. I mean, obviously, this one's in there now. I think Matt has also got another one which adds another level of detail onto that, which is a little harder to use, but also very, very good. And that's hopefully coming soon as well. So it's basically gives you a really good way of populating those buildings and making them look super cool. Again, that one's included as standard right now in the open beta.
This one's hard coded in LightWave. It's not a plugin.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. So, okay. So Advanced placement, Juice. You good?
Advanced placement.
Okay.
So I do that. I have to move this. In case you're wondering, when I look up like this, I'm looking at my other monitors. Let's see, and add to stage. So here we go. And here we go. I'm just gonna, what I'm basically gonna do is somewhat follow the demos that you'll be getting when you get this with open beta. So this will look familiar when you get it. So let's just start in here. One thing that you will find, and I find this, is you need to, when you're working with advanced placement, you need to have either the flyout, your objects down here, or a scene editor, because I'm forever trying to select things while having the AP window open, and sometimes that messes you up. just letting you know. So with this is Grow Tower. So this is, I'm going to select my red box that I've got set for dynamic. You see, you're selected dynamic and box. And I think we need to call 911 for Sean.
Someone's leg just dropped off.
Sean, are you okay?
Are you alive?
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
That was brilliant. I'm going to use the tool for Grow. And so what I'm just going to do is I'm going to go crazy here. I'm going to choose 50. And I'm going to back off. So what this is actually going to do, oh, Lord, is when I hit Grow, oh, and look at that. I did it to the back. I did it upside down. So let me just I'm not exactly sure of the best way to reset. So I just reload the scene. So we want to have our red box. We want to have AP launcher here. For my alignment, I forgot to make this go plus on the Y. And let's go Grow 50. And click Grow. Now it grows in the right direction. And then all I need to do, because this is actually a built-in physics engine, so I hit play and it eventually will succumb to its own existence and collapse.
Awesome.
So we have baking. We have all the different things so that you can bake this so that it will go into, rendering over ScreamerNet or anywhere else. So keep that in mind. I'm not going to demonstrate, but yes, you can bake. Okay. So let's go to the next. So this one is fun. This one uses an additional thing. So again, I'm going to launch AP. Now I have put advanced placement underneath Studio Live so that it's always available to me. Again, we might have a contest to see where we want to place all these things, but that's where I have found. I'm not sure about baking a specific frame range, Shabazi. I don't know on that. I will have to find that out for you. So what I'm going to do here is select the blue box, and I'm going to go to wall, and let's see, was it 05? I want to say it was 05. 1 second, I'm checking my notes. My other notes. Wall smash. So blue box. So actually 0.1. Oops, 0.1. And not 1, 3.1. And we say build wall. And so there we have, just like that, built the wall. I'm going to grab my orange sphere, and I'm going to choose my tool to be emit. And I'm going to say from mouse. So what this allows me to do is when I hit my mouse, I'm going to throw a ball. and everything starts. Hit pause right here because what I want to do is I want to increase my impulse speed. Let's increase it to 80 and reset. Give myself a few more frames. And so now when I throw my ball, I throw it a lot harder. And every time I click, I throw another ball. Knock my old ball. So reset, and let's look at the next one. This is paint scatter. So what this is actually using is using the instancing built into advanced placement for doing an instance paint. So what I want to do here is, again, launch AP, have my orange ball selected, and we're going to go to, let's see, this is paint. I want to give myself a gap so that they don't overlap. And let's see, let's see, paint step gap. I'm missing a step. Because it's a setup. No, hang on. Let's see. The physics ball, the sphere. Hang on. What if it's? I am missing like one step. No, I've done it. I don't need another object. All right, so I just need to see here. Let's see, orange sphere body type. I've got the ball selected. I'm on paint, orange sphere, dynamic ball. Oh, I have to click on the ball, and now I can paint. That's what it is. It wanted me to actually select the sphere before I paint. That's what I missed. And as you can see, the spacing is not allowing it to place until it can actually fit. So that is paint. Remember, click on the object you're instancing before you start painting. As we just learned right there. Okay, so see, that was paint scatter. So here's grab and nudge. Again, all of these guys have so I can just literally click, give myself some more, and I can grab these grab the spheres, and I can reset. Move them aside. I can push them into one another. So this is a live dynamics method for pushing things around, pulling things around, knocking things over. This is just a live thing for positioning. So here I can choose, and this is where we get into the discussion. AP has its own fracturing. So with the blue box selected, I want to turn unbreakable off so that I can come in here and then let's see, this is one thing. Collision messages off, body type. So the break it tab, and then I choose fracture selected object right here, and it's done. Now what I just need to verify is to make sure that all of these are set to convex hull. If that's for me, I'm not in. Oh, that must have been his. So we can then say play, and we break. So again, this is where the discussion that we had earlier of using the fracture as a library. This is one of the places that we're looking at doing, because this is great. It does a wonderful job, but again, it's one of those things that having the other fracture as part of this would be quite useful. Is that me? That's not me.
Sean, is that you, bud?
Sean is at the ice cream man.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if that's what it is like over there, but
every day in England is an ice cream man day. Sorry.
That's one object. That's effects node. That's one object with instances. So here, this is an interesting for placement. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab Noodle here and choose place. I have dynamics set up on the blue ball. I have Noodle selected again also, and I can just click and place her right on the surface. Think about this as far as setting things on other objects, setting a dinner table, setting I can click here and I can drag her around. Then if I choose tweak with the right mouse button and left and right, I can rotate her in place, up and down on my mouse, and I can scale her. So this is
sorry, just chipping in really on one of the reasons why I think it should be on the main menu somewhere is just this feature alone. I think is highly useful when scene setting. It's fantastic because it's going to enable you to place it in a room brilliantly and quickly.
Agreed. So let's see. This last bit here. So again, AP, have this up. So what this is this is going for emitting. I'm just getting to my notes. So this is where I want to choose a tool of emit. And I'm going to emit from, just checking my notes. I'm sorry, impulse. We're not emitting, we're impulsing. So impulse, my alignment, I want to go up. And I am wanting to, so here, emit instance and apply impulse. Now, you notice that that's barely going up. And there's one big reason why, and that's because my physics, let's see, I'm looking for my impulse. Let's see. Not here. Impulse speed. There we go. Let's set it for low. Let's set it for 5. Impulse. So I can reset, and let's say instead of the, and I've lost it already. God, I'm blind. Impulse speed. Let's go 15. So now when I click apply impulse, it shoots it high. And then I can try to catch it on its way back down with another one.
That's excellent.
Now,
you can record, so you can record that dynamically, can't you?
Yes, you can. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to choose my blue box, and I'm going to make him, I'm going to click set target. So now that was hopefully an audible click. So now when I do my red box, I should be able to shoot at that target. So what this allows is you can have something set up as a target for your emitting, and as you hit shoot, it'll shoot at the target. Now you notice that it knocked the box off. I can come back, set the blue box. Instead of dynamic, I can say static. And so now come again back to my red box for the impulsing. And so now you see that the blue box doesn't move, but I can actually push my shooter away. I'm going to fall off.
Excellent.
Okay, we got to write some LightWave games.
Yeah, that is great.
So there's a lot to advanced placement. There really is. And getting feedback on this is going to be invaluable. Workflow, options, ideas, things. I've already seen just the placing. How many times have we all gone to the side view, make it wireframe, so that we can find where the edge is? Like, okay, have I placed it? Yeah. And of course, then you get the added benefit of, okay, you've decorated your table, you've placed your candelabra and all the glasses and table and everything. Wonderful. And now you can shoot a ball at it right from your mouse.
Yeah. But how often, if you think about complicated scenes like that, you set them up and then you realize it isn't actually on the surface because there's a shadow completely under it, right?
Right.
And the placement tool, the advanced placement tool, is going to be amazing for helping a scene set. It's going to be fun to do some more dynamic things. I mean, someone mentioned billiards there, but if the shapes were round, you could easily do that kind of thing and do some. And actually, you're not having to fight it. You shoot it. You're going to be able to do that, right? And then have the physics take over easily. So two more things on it. One is it available on the Mac version of LightWave? I think it is, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So that's available on the Mac and the PC. It also works really well inside Ripper 2. So because obviously Ripper 2 updates so fast, it will work exactly the same in there. Obviously Ripper 2 is not available for the Mac, but the point is, overall you've got immense power there in an unbelievable tool. It's one of those tools where, and I said it right at the beginning, I thought it was going to be maybe a toy. We talked about it too ages ago, and it isn't. It's really functionally amazing to use, and there are some parts of it which are going to be every day. You're going to want to use it. So I think that.
And honestly, that's why I put it where I put it on my interface.
Yeah, because it is an everyday tool, isn't it? It's something I
want to always have right there. Right there close.
Okay, so we've got left to do. We've got 4 ocean advanced placement we've done, so we cross that off. We've got camera trackers, 2D and 3D, I believe. And
I'll do 2D.
So should we? So I suppose you've got 3, right? Has Juice got any left?
I'm out.
Oh man! Oh, in that case, you can go back and do glTF again just for fun. Kidding.
Go hide the file again.
Yeah. Let's do glTF. Yeah. No, it's never going to happen. So should we do? Should we do 2D tracker, Sean? Can we do 2D tracker first?
I've got a scene open, ready to go.
That's my boy. Brilliant.
Look at that.
And Kat needs to stop messaging me because it keeps popping up on my maze screen. Right, you can see this?
Can do.
Yep. Okay, I've already tracked 7 points, but I may as well track another one just for the argument's sake, just to show how easy it is. Let's pick a rock there. You got a zoom down here, so I can zoom in ×8, which is too stupid on that. It's that yellow line. Okay, that's my box, isn't it? So anyway, you can place it, that moves slowly, so you can get accuracy on that. Hit track all, that'll start tracking. Now that jitter you're seeing, ignore that, because you're seeing the first sample. There's another sample after that that corrects. I need to fix the preview on that, but it doesn't have an abort button, so now we got to wait till it's done 400 frames. I do apologise.
Which we can talk about something. We can talk about what we talk about, and
Yeah.
while we're waiting for this, it's fantastic.
This one time at Bandcamp, but yeah. So basically, the idea is this is 2-dimensional. So if you want to create masks and stuff like that, this is perfect for that. There's no 3D camera tracking or anything like that. It's pretty much what you'd get in After Effects, but might be a little tighter than After Effects, to be honest. Because yeah, normally After Effects would sample that once. I'm sampling it twice, so it's doing a compare, which is why you see it jitter, and the next compare it will line up, and you'll see in the main preview it's when this is done. How many frames we've got left? Not many. I can do that.
And everybody knows what that is, but no one else does.
No. If you're from the UK, you do. Right, so I'll cancel that because I've already done the tracks. So we got them here. And if I press play on that, as you can see, they are rock solid. No slip. And this is the surprise, because you don't know about this tool yet. I'll enable it and close that. Oh, look, that's a blank out polygon. So basically that would be your mask, and it's made of it's got points. So hang on. Yep, so that's the perfect one. That's, if you notice, that's got an X scale on it. If I put that, no, I'm not going to key it there. I need to do it at frame 1 because of the other keys. If I put it to 0, that line becomes linear. And if I put it to 1, it's a curve. And by rotating as well, go back to frame 1, you can control where that bend is, and it'll recompute. This is where it gets interesting. Another new tool. So, for example, you want to put some detail in there. So we go to Surface Editor. Let's switch to standard. It's quick and easy. And open this. Front projection. And we use our sequence. Away. And this is the old cheat, so lights don't work. Right. So that frame, there's a texture bake tool. I flashed this up earlier. Basically, you set the file you're saving it to. That's my niece, by the way. It's going to save that one. And basically click OK. That's baked. So that, rather than setting up a camera and baking textures, you can just run that plugin and it'll bake that texture for you. Massive time saver. I don't know how many of you go up to camera, set camera to bake camera. This doesn't do that, and it's in layout as well. So the next step, obviously, in fact, I'll just load the next scene, which I've already done.
Just want to say, Sean, that is rock solid, though, isn't it? On that, so
yeah. So that's that image I just baked out. There's a fault there. That one, that null object has got the scaling on it. Where is it? Yeah, I think it's 6, isn't it? No. There it is. So, yeah, that should be 0. There we go. As you can see, that's now baked texture map. And when I play it, it's mapped out. Perfectly in sync.
yeah.
See,
that object, the logo you put on there.
yeah. So if the camera is going towards it, obviously these points would get further apart. It'll stretch and deform that shape. So in other words, you can replace a sign on a shop front and stuff like that by tracking the 4 corners. Run that plugin, it'll create a polygon over that thing. The other thing you can do is actually render these out and use them as for rotoscoping things. For example, this rock here, you could probably put track points all the way around this edge and isolate just that rock. So as the camera pans, you can actually have something go behind. That's crucial if you want to do. I mean, the amount of times I've had to jump from LightWave to spending hours in After Effects rotoscoping crap. Well, we can track it now in LightWave. Say for example, you want to put a row of steps down here, you can literally just, track points. It's not 3D, it is 2D. So, this is ideal for setting up those rotoscope masks and stuff like that. So yeah, that's the 2D tracker.
So what we should do, Sean, why don't we do a session, maybe in a week or two? Why don't we do a session where we set up a load of mats or masks, should I say, with the tracking and show people how to do it? Because if they haven't got experience of it, it'd be great for them to learn maybe that very shot, how we can, you put there the logo on that and it's perfect, but maybe mask out the rock and have something fly behind it or something. I don't know. We could do something, couldn't we, to show that? Would you?
Yeah, like you could. Actually, I think that's a shadow, isn't it? But yeah, there's. So I see. Yeah, this is the rock here, isn't it, in the foreground? That's a shadow where it's up against a cliff. But yeah, you can literally just, create marsh shapes. It's very handy, and also it's still. I'll show you what I mean. If you, say for example, that point was to, why ain't it moving? Oh yeah, I was scaling it. You see that? Those polygons are locked to that.
That line,
Yeah, so, as that tracks around, it'll distort. So yeah, it's basically rotoscoping. It's going to save shed load of time.
And what are you calling that tool, Bud? Is it Roto Tool or?
At the moment, it's just called MPT something or another. Because
catchy.
Yeah. Where is it? Yeah. Oh, sorry. That's not actually its name, but it's calling itself Mask, and that's the object it's on, which is Mask and Mask. The actual plugin is MPT Mask Mesh.
Cool.
And that's for motion pixel tracker. And so that's that one. I can close it. This is the complicated one. This is the 3D tracker. So this is the new UI. It's much more compact. It's broken up to two stages. You got here, this is the camera track side. This side, which is CUDA only, will create this, I'll cancel that, this point cloud you see here, which is quite detailed. These point clouds, they're actually stored as a PLY file, and you can actually, there's a couple of packages online, you can load them in, and after about 5-10 minutes, it'll convert them to Gaussian splats. So you could convert this to Gaussian splat, but I haven't found one that's compatible with Octane yet. So I can't demo that with this, which is a shame. But yeah, this is now actually a tracked shot, and you'll, in fact, let's turn the background off so you can actually see that. Yeah, say goodbye to that. Now you're just looking at the point cloud and a camera flying through it. And yeah, as you can see, it's picked up all the motions, all the point cloud is pretty good. Again, you can't really use a point cloud for making masks or anything, because it's full of holes. It is point cloud. So, for example, on that arch, just pause that because it's starting to drive me mad. Literally, you could put track points all the way around here all the way around there, and basically build a mask. And that mask will, you know, you could use to have objects come out from that tunnel and fly down this way, you know. But yeah, I'll drop a ball in. Don't know where that went. Okay, camera's miles behind.
Make sure you're on frame 60 or something.
Yeah, I was just going to create a key in a sec.
Yeah.
Just put it on the ground. Yeah,
That's where that splatting kind of look helps.
yeah, because you can see it's resting on the ground there. You can build mesh objects. Actually, that looks like that's slipping. Yeah, that's not particularly good, is it? Oh, there's a keyframe at the end there. No, that's probably why that's slipping. There we go, rock solid. So yeah, there's a. In fact, I've got it hidden. Yeah, dense mesh. I think this one was a fail actually. Yeah, it only did that portion. And trouble is, even on a GPU, these dense meshes take ages to create. It's like I waited about, I don't know, probably about 40, 50 minutes for that to create that, only to discover it just did that little bit. That's in the settings. So literally I could set that up and run it again. Where am I? You know, you haven't got to retract the footage. So if I select frame, that was the animation I did. So if I turn all these off and leave the middle one on, you can generate dense mesh from here and import that. And you've got settings here. That was exported at high. And what high does is it has a tendency to remove points it deems as being crap. So you end up with just that. So that was actually the best bit of tracking it's got, the most accurate part. So, you know, ideally, you know, if you want as much mesh as possible, set it to low, open up these mesh settings. Can't remember where it is now. Might be that one. Set that low and it will build a rough mesh. But even on GPU, I mean, I've got 2 GPUs and it's using both. It's a slow process because it's literally meshing thousands and thousands of points.
Very,
so yeah.
very quickly, Sean. Question for you though: if you were creating, and presumably you're using that then to front projection onto to have things fly behind it, right? So if it, you know, basically your tracking is fast. If the mesh creation takes time, it's giving you something that normally would take you a shed load of time anyway, right? Yeah. So it is saving you time. You just might need to have dinner you're waiting, right? So
running in the background, go off and do something, or open up another layout and get on with something else. But yeah, it does do texture mapping. But I've just discovered that the UV is actually upside down, which is a layout thing, isn't it? ZBrush does that. It'll have the UV flip the wrong way up. But yeah, it will bake the textures of these. I just need to flip the image and that'll be great.
So just to end on it really, and we've seen that it tracks perfectly in 2D, rock solid, perfectly in 3D, rock solid. The meshing part of it, a little bit of work still going on with that, but not mega far away I thought as well. And all of that again is included as standard. So you can play with the bits that maybe aren't perfect yet if you want to, but certainly the tracking parts of that are working great now. And just a quick call out, because I know we did some testing and bits of testing, I think, with Kat, I believe. And just want to obviously thank Kat for all the feedback and help with that, because I think it was fantastic. And made some really sensible comments and you know, testing with live shots. By the way, we were testing. He was doing stuff on production. I won't say what that is because that's obviously cats. I don't want to get him into trouble. But he did some fantastic stuff on some live stuff, and it helped us a lot when we were producing that. And obviously, Sean, it's fantastic to see that in there. And again, a major thing built into LightWave, and they're both amazingly rock solid. I mean, they're really good. So I suppose one of the things people have to get used to is what kind of footage is best for 2D tracking, what kind of footage or movement is best for 3D tracking. But fundamentally, if you're moving forward in a scene that's got a lot around, that's a 3D track. If it's a pivot or a pan, you can get away with a 2D track. So
is my screen still being shared, or
no, we can do. Oh yeah, look, it is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because there's this one. This took about, I guess, about an hour to track, but then also the meshing on that was quite heavy as well. But yeah, I've got a video somewhere I was going to send to Deuce. I think I did send it this morning, but yeah, it's just a quick test, and you know.
But again, that's perfect. That's great.
Yeah, I mean the camera tracking on it is spot on. You know, the fact that the point cloud is lining up with the footage as well means that you've got a very good track.
That is amazing.
Yeah, and again, all these you can mask out. You know, you got reference in this point cloud where you can put your tree trunks. You know, or 2D track it and rotoscope it that way. You know,
so I do think there are two major additions to 26, and obviously we showed very early version of this on one of the demos, but this is significantly better, isn't it? Now it's amazing and very good. Yeah. I love that logo in there. Whose logo is that? Oh, it's ours. Oh, yeah, good.
Yeah. Well, I did render this out actually, but don't worry.
Send it to me.
Yeah, I can't find it. Sorry.
Okay. No. Well, we haven't done the. I mean, I know Ben's helping put together some of the like demo versions of this and tutorials for this. So maybe what we could do is get it ready for that, and then when I do the main video for that, I'll put that in with Ben's stuff. I haven't had a chance to check, Ben, if I know you are definitely there, so my apologies. I will whip myself and check your stuff soon. So but again, a major addition into LightWave 2026. So okay, so that's 2D and 3D tracking are built in. We're down to we've got 3 more things. Okay, so we've got core, ocean, and some talking through, and if possible showing some bits in that have been done for the update to Octane, or at least talk through it might be good. So shall I do Thor? To be
honest with you, Octane I haven't really got a lot to show because
no, you can tell them what's been done, can't you?
Yeah.
Because there's obviously a major load of updates to Octane in terms of bringing it up to date, and although they did just announce their next batch of tools coming, haven't they? So, but we are up to date. Largely.
We are up to date, yeah. Because the version they put out is still beta. So let's leave that for now.
That's good. So let me share my. So I can't get used to not switching this off. I've got to tell you, I'm finding it difficult to just leave it on. Why is that? That's sad, isn't it? Right, okay, so Juice.
Like a coffee.
So have I got a LightWave already up? Oh, I've got several.
Sorry about my mobile phone earlier. The front door rang, so I ran out to get that. And then the alarm went off, which is to remind me, I need to cook dinner for my mum. She's starving tonight.
Okay, so
that arrived anyway, so it was kind of funny.
That's good. Well, we commented on it, and so did the audience. It was all good. So okay, so Thor. So you've seen it before. We've obviously done some base demos of it for, but obviously we're trying to show everything off. So just a quick demo of this, really, just to show you. So I'm going to add a null, which is going to be my Thor master null. Let's just put that like that. So I have that there. I'm going to add another null, which is going to be, what do you call that? Source, I suppose. So let's go source.
Yeah, you only need two nulls, source and target.
Yeah, so I always do it this way. So, you know, bang. And I suppose, yeah, there's the master null way, isn't there? And the way I was doing it, which I'm not quite used to yet. But anyway, let's go target. Spline. Move that over. There. Okay. So go to utilities, go to Thor master. So target, and there's our lightning. So let's just pull that up. So this is obviously a newer version than you saw last time. Again, we've clumped things into groups because they make more sense. We've got obviously branching, we've got surfacing or surface capability, and we've got advanced. So for now, I'm just going to concentrate on this one just to push play. You can see instantly it's doing what it needs to do. But I want to adjust the thickness, obviously. So let's just can drag that down. It's fully interactive. So let's take that down, and then maybe the minimum thickness down a bit smaller. Tube segments set to 6. If you want that to be faster, obviously go a little bit higher. You can also sub patch it on the fly, which is great. And you can have gravity affect it and so on. On the branches, we can obviously add substantial amount more branches if we wish, and have more depth to those. So on the little sub branches, you can have a little bit more on those, and branch scale. Sorry, let's just take them out as well. And you can up the chaos level and so on and so forth. So you can make a really nice sort of point-to-point piece of lightning really quickly. Just to show it as well on the, actually what we'll do, we'll make this, we'll put some strike points in. So I'm just putting these in just to quickly show where we're moving a little bit clearer. So when I animate this, I'm going to be animating these. I'm not worried about the detail of this at the moment and surfacing of this. This is just really just to show you this basic operation. So if I want to animate that, I can, let's go to the target null. So I could move that up and back. Let's do another one over there and down. Maybe take another one over there. And then eventually, let's just do another one up here. And then copy that to 120. And now we've got an animated path for that. Okay, so let me load a different scene. So let's go back here. It's my Thor scenes. Okay, so that's basic. Let me, I don't know whether I haven't set others. For that. Okay, so this is basically, again, a piece of static electricity, all good. Go back to my master plugins, Thor, and then what I'm going to do is, let's go for my surface mesh. I'll pick that ground plane, go to the generator, and I'm going to choose, actually, let's choose arc. So what I've got here with the arc is that is now recognizing that object and targeting that at the top. The reason I did it at the top, I had it down the bottom. It's obvious when you do that. So I want to do something a little bit more, just a little bit unobvious. So I want to put the strike points on those as well. So the strike points are, there is a distance to those. Let's have a look. Yeah, 2.21 meters. And obviously that's matching well, 2.2, there we go. Take off the 1. So that's now matching basically that targeting the floor plane up there. So, so again, I can play, and you can see that lightning is now striking that object and hitting that object. Obviously, it's a little bit crude, but it works fine. So let me see if I can take down that maximum thickness a bit. And let's get some more branching. Put a lot more in, and get some of the other little branches a bit bigger. And now push play. And you can obviously mess with that as much as you like. So let's see what else we got. It might be the same. Oh yeah, it's cool. So this was another thing that we were just literally playing with a few hours before we started the demo. So this is slightly different in that we've got here the toroid is the surface mesh, and we've got here surface skin mode. And what that so this won't play back in real time, right? It's the first thing. So as I just scroll through the frames, you can see they're attached to the surface and crawling over the skin. Now, there's a few bugs in this version because we were trying to get it to crawl like the static would over the surface. It was working, we've broken it, we're going to get that fixed. Right now, though, bear in mind, what you're seeing here is included in open beta. So we know there's a few things on there that just need a bit of tweaking, a bit of work. But effectively, this is it does the job that it needs to do. So this is crawling over the skin. Just the crawling part of it we need to work on a bit more. I can do a little preview of that, but it will take a few seconds. I won't do 120 frames, just let it do a few. So you can see it's a little bit slow. So we'll let it do it. Sorry, bud.
You sent me a scene, a render of this.
Yeah, I'll show that in a few seconds. Just give me a second. I promise to call it up. I haven't forgotten. I know I'm old, but I honestly I haven't. What's your name? No, anyway. So a couple of things while we're just doing this. The points at both the source and the target are moving, which will pull the dynamics of the surface static more to the direction of where those nulls are. And you'll see that on the fully rendered version. So let me just play that back so you can see that. So there we go. So that's just the basics of that done. So a couple other things you've got in here. You also have surface static. Now, surface static doesn't work the same way. So surface skin sticks to the skin. Surface static will stick around the surface of it, but basically will sit on top. And that does play back a lot faster because it's not having to do so much work. So again, not particularly refined. And at the moment, it does go through in a few places. But again, if you want that over, let's say, a car body where you don't necessarily want it on the surface, you may want it sort of bouncing out from the surface and then back to the surface. You can do that. Or you can do it with the surface skin and have it crawl over the skin, which could be excellent for, Terminator 3, I don't know, whatever. So again, highly adjustable. If you need to speed it up, you can go to the tube segments and adjust that. It, again, fantastic tool and very easy to use. And you can do Jacob's ladder effects with it. We've tried that, and that works really well. So you can sort of do Jacob's ladder. You can do the crawling, as I say, we're going to improve. Sean, do you remember which tool it was? Was it the Chaos Multiplier, the one that makes the curve on the surface of that?
Yeah, it's on. Yeah, it's on.
Is it on the branching?
Yeah, it's the one you got your globes on. That should actually make those little curls and all that on the sub branches.
Yeah, there we go. That's it. Yeah. So I'll just put that to 1 for a second, but you can see there you've got something much cruder. 2 starts to bend and look a little bit more like the crawling methodology. You can really just keep on going there. I wouldn't go beyond 8. I think it begins to look a bit too much, but you can. I mean, obviously, let's go to 12. There we go. But it works great. So you can get a good level of control over that and adjust it. And there's a few functions in there we still need to iron out. But as it is, it works great. But obviously, you're going to do more with it as time goes on. And you've got here, obviously, they won't affect this one so much. But so you've got single, fault, branch, arc, surface static, and surface skin, all included as standard. And obviously, we've got some surfaces we've added on this one, which do you want to call up the render now?
Sure.
I'm actually uploading a load of renders.
Yeah, that's
thankfully they're already uploaded. So there we go.
Yeah, I can call up a few as well. I think from my end. I think on the 4, just before you show them, Juice. Have I still got my screen shared? Oh no, you're showing that one. Yeah. So that I did last night. All right. So that was just me. I learned how to do the basics of it. That was me just playing with that last. Looks quite good, I think. So
I've just sent Deuce the static, not the surface static. Yeah, it's surface static, isn't it? That's skin. That's the one on the car. My camera's moved.
Well, if you let me share screen while you're getting those downloaded, Juice, I'll show a few here.
You need to share your screen again.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. That old chestnut. There we go.
Hello. I'll fix that.
So give me a second.
Whoa.
That's right. So I just hadn't closed down that. I'm so sorry. There we go.
Right,
cool. This one I think is one of the ones you were going to show.
Yep, I've just uploaded that. But yeah, that's one of them.
So can you see the hot points there we've got? There is an object there that is that's luminous, right? That's what's making the bright spots over that. It's very easy to do. There is a technique that Sean uses in Octane where you can really make that look wild. So I'll just show you the static over the car. I think this might be the same one, Sean. But,
it is, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, there's now a new feature because on that one, that was a very early version. Yeah, the static points stay in one spot, whereas now there's a walk option where they'll start sliding around the surface.
Yeah, I've just upped the contrast because it on our PC, QuickTime mode comes in light. So, but you can see that's working great. I've got just a couple of stills there. There you go. You can see another example. That is Sean's Octane trick, where I think you do that with the motion blur, do you not?
Yeah, there's in one of the render targets, there's an old style sort of motion blur where it does a render, moves a fraction of frame, does another render, then combines them. So it's not true motion blur, and you end up with lots of ghosted versions. And you can have this highly detailed mess and no extra polygons.
Okay, I've got some of that loaded.
Okay.
So I mean, I could show it as it'd be a little bit.
Yeah, probably better quality than what I just did for the sake of the time. There we go.
There's that.
Yeah, so now those targets will actually, rather than stay fixed, they'll actually walk or move around, slide around. Yeah, that's the one with the. Yeah, it's not playing very well, is it? But that's the one with the motion blur trick.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, that's better contrast, isn't it? Much better. And also with the first video on the logo, where you see those points sticking, you can decide how long they stick in a given point. So you could say 25 frames, or have it between 25 and 50, so it varies. But you can make them stick on those surfaces in one place for more than a few frames. You could have it sort of for a half a second, or it's probably better to keep them moving reasonably dynamically. But it's yeah, look at that, fantastic. And again,
Jar Jar Binks, my tongue is numb.
Yeah, but it's so fast to use, so easy to use, and so simple to set up. Again, another major feature, I think, for LightWave. Again, included in the open beta available on Monday. So that's Thor. So that's another one. So I think we're down to two. Down to two. Okay, so
Not me.
yeah, so that's okay. Let me just clear my scene and let me just get ready for the next one. So
Make sure you share your screen again.
yeah. Well, I just need to make sure it's working. But, having learned from your mistake, my friend.
Well,
Well, all right, real quick, and I know that we make mention of this at the beginning of the show. That's okay. We can bring this up again. Here. We're not calling it Chronosculpt 2. We're calling it Chronosculpt 2026 because it's now tied to the LightWave key. So there's not a separate key. And as we made mention of, I believe we made mention of it at the beginning of the show. At least we mentioned it. We mentioned it in my mind. We've got it working, and it's doing well, but we broke it. So,
Literally.
Oh yeah, it's coming. We're working on it. It's one of those things that we've just there's one silly little thing that's broken. Should be coming within days. So
yeah, and it really so frustrating because it's working beautifully and it's faster. It can handle, well, it always could handle massive data sets. It was always fast, but it's even better. And we really wanted to show it today. Having said for the last, I think, 3 demos that we're going to show it, we literally broke and on the last build. So I like to blame, Sean for that.
Totally. Yep.
Why not? Anyway, right. So this is where I screw up Ocean, isn't it? I've actually had a fairly clean run. I just want to say,
but it's easy.
My last piece, I've had a fairly clean run, and now I'm going to really screw that up. Okay, so Juice, you should have a couple of Ocean videos there. Cool.
I do. Shall I show those first?
Okay, yeah. No. Let me go at it, and when I screw up, you can show them. Is that all right?
Okay, that works.
That
I'll have my finger on the button.
Yeah, would. Yeah. Okay. So this is. So this. Are you looking at my screen? If I can't see, but yeah, hopefully. Ocean. So again, a master plugin. So just again to reiterate, that means if you open, let's say the Surface editor, it will stay open. All right. So it's a master plugin, stays open, all good. So in this particular case, I don't know why I bothered setting this up. This literally is just a poly subdivided with a blue color on it. I could do that live. Although I'm not the greatest modder in the world, I think I could possibly manage that. But anyway, so this is the ocean scene, polymesh. There's, we're going to add the ocean spectrum. The moment I add the ocean spectrum, we've got basic water running, right? So we click on the ocean spectrum. So we can then change the speed of that if we want to. So let's go timescale to 3 and then just click run. Much faster, okay? And that is, I mean, although it's a bit sticky, it will do it in real time, although you'll lose some of the values on the buttons unless you stop it in between. But it's solid enough that you can adjust it on the fly. Okay, so we also can adjust the wind direction, but let's just do mess with the actual wind speed. So wind speed isn't just about running this through every wave gets faster. It's about the way it interacts with water and pulls some of the water up and higher and just generally gives you much deeper troughs. So now we've got much deeper troughs and you can go higher than that, but it will start to break at the top of the waves. Let's push play. Now that C is looking instantly much bigger. Okay, so again, you're doing it on the fly. You're able to adjust that as you go. So let's just quickly show you how easy it is to adjust direction and amplitude, all those sort of things. So you can obviously rotate the direction of the wind easily. You can adjust the amplitude to get more exaggeration on those waves, almost look like a mountain range, but anyway. And again, that will play. We are tearing at the top of some of these, so you'd want to subdivide that more and possibly, almost definitely take that down a bit. So the amplitude, so let's take it down to 6, maybe 5 actually, but anyway. I've got an effect scale, and that gives me the ability to soften it as well, which is kind of, it just works slightly different than the amplitude, but it works really well for just softening those while keeping the troughs, which is good. We can adjust the wave count again on the fly, so we can just drag those out as we wish. So let's take that back to 90, and the time scale you've seen, and obviously we can up the choppiness if we wish as well. So that's that. So and again, if you go to VPR, you can see what that's looking like very quickly. Great. So excellent. So let's go to the noise. So we can obviously up the minimum wind noise, the noise strength. We can adjust. That will obviously change the way it looks, but we can adjust that. So let's push play. The other thing we can do is subdivide this on the fly, which is also can be useful. I'm going to take down the noise strength just for a second, just to keep it as it was. Then we've got obviously wind direction mapping. I'm going to be showing use wind direction, and I'm going to be showing use depth map. And I've got to tell you, I'm going to be showing it to you badly. So, but I will be showing you that. And then finally, you can bake that out as an MDD as well. So we'll come back to the wind map in a few minutes, and I will show those. The only reason I showed them at the end is because I make such a bad job of it. I don't want you to just see all the good stuff, and I just want that to be the last thing I do. So the other thing here, which is also useful, there are 3 wave type like systems built in. So each of them is different, okay, as you can see. So obviously they will rewrite what you've just done, but effectively, again, just bear that in mind when you're playing with it. Actually, I've kind of messed it up a little bit, so I'm just going to load that back in and start again. It's not broken, by the way. It's simply where I changed the model. I normally show that at the beginning, and because I showed it at the end, it wiped out what I just did.
Yeah, you forgot the surface button as well.
Yeah. It's all good, bud. So
yeah, and there it is. You forgot it again. Go back.
Right, so yeah, let me just get this back up to where I was. The amplitude a little bit. Let's leave that there.
Yeah, if you can go back to that initialize tab, you've got the surface setting in there.
Sorry, where's that one? The initialize. Oh, add surface, of course. There we go. I've done it.
Set up now.
Yeah, there are presets, by the way, for that coming. We just don't have them done yet, which is why I avoided that. And then, so all good. The other thing we can do, because obviously the mesh is relatively small. Let's get the speed going on that again a bit higher. Up that a little bit. Oh, I don't know why that's not adjusting, but anyway, okay. Yeah, that's pretty big. Okay, so one of the other things we can do is we can go to the modeler and we can toggle the sub patch to get that to have a lot more detail, which again, of course, will change that dramatically when you quickly view it in VPR. So this will take a few seconds, and I'm going to turn down the sub patch in a second, but there we go. And you see how good that's looking really quickly. All right. So again, on the fly, really fast to use, easy to use. So let's go back to the shading there. And on that sub patch, obviously, you just go and adjust that and turn it on and off as you need it. And actually, I'm going to do it. I did it at a slightly lower level when I rendered the test last night. 2 is probably enough, but works great. So really good. I'm going to turn that off. Let's go and do a bit of use wind direction. So at the moment, obviously, I've got the wind direction all going in one direction. So let's go here and we'll go new. We'll call that wind direction, which is great. And I'm going to, actually, I'll leave that up actually. Can't remember where you adjust the arrow size. Oh, there we go. So obviously you can take the arrows off, but the arrows just give you an indication of where they are, of what the size of those are. What the direction is of the wind. And at the moment, it's all going. You probably can't see it, but they're all going in one direction.
Yeah,
right?
you can adjust the grid density and view less now. Underneath
Yeah, not
the.
in my version, can you?
I don't know. Did you use the one I sent?
When did you send it?
Yesterday.
Probably not. Oh no, arrow scale. Yeah. Okay.
No, on the paint panel, there's an arrow scale on there as well. Grid scale, sorry.
Grid density?
Yeah, not on that one, on the other panel.
On the map.
No, the other panel. On the.
Oh,
the
I'm sorry.
panel. Yeah. No, you're in the wrong panel. The other panel. It's been a long day.
There's three panels at the top.
Yeah, no, the tabs, the panel. Go right. Right.
Further.
I know what you're talking about. So
Right
there.
that panel.
Yeah.
It's underneath that. There you go. That's the one you're on.
Well, the grid density.
Yeah, change that to 5 or 10 or something. Oh,
okay. Oh yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, this is the old version, isn't it? Sorry, I
Yeah.
do apologise. It shouldn't be stripy like that.
That's the one. There we go.
I almost played a media.
Yeah, that will give us what I need anyway when I'm doing the painting. Totally
Yeah.
put me off now, so I have no idea what I'm doing. So, okay, so on the wind paint, let me just enlarge my brush. So I'm going to do this. So just to show you, or actually, I want to. I can basically make the brush. I can put the brush strength at a gentle amount or a savage amount. I'm going to do savage. All right. So basically, I can change the direction of the water and just go down it and brush. Go.
Yeah, it should be 100. I think one's max.
Sure.
On that.
Just for a second, please. All good. Okay. So I'm just going to take it across just for a second, and it will get rid of the joins as I go down. And then I've got a smoothing function that will actually calm that down. Okay. So just to show you, we're just changing the direction of it. And then I can actually add smoothing onto that, which will calm that down completely. All right. So if you look now at the perspective, that's changed the direction of the water, and that's running now in that direction. It's a bit slow with the arrows on, but you get the idea. So that's actually changed the direction of the water. We also can shape that water. So if I go back to that top view, so I might want to keep the top part of it out like that, but I'm going to make the brush a little bit bigger. Let me shrink this down a little bit. I'm going to make the brush pretty big, and then I'm going to do the same thing again. Now, Sean's right. You wouldn't normally use 100. You'd do a little bit more subtlety than that. But what I want to do here is take them on and then drag it less round so it changes direction completely. And as long as you go off screen as you do it, it will basically, whoops, I made a mistake there. That's all right. Yeah, I just didn't finish off screen. Let me take that last one again. Okay.
Yeah, I need to fix that.
It's all right. That's okay. So it's all good. So the reason why they're jittering, by the way, so much is because I've got it 100%. If I took that down to 5%, and I'll do just at the top of this, you can see that actually then they're moving with a lot more control. You see that?
I can see that here.
Cool.
Yeah, that's my bad programming. I needed to cap that.
No, it's completely okay. So what I've done on the render of this, we've done a render where I've got the straight water, and then I've done one where I curve the water so it's going in one direction at the top and a different direction at the bottom. So the other thing you can do with this is obviously you could do a seashore. Now this part of it is a little bit more difficult to get this 100% right quickly. So, but just to give you a basic idea of it, it's going to take off everything we've done the moment I switch this on. So if I go paint depth and I go new map, ocean depth, that will create a depth map where now it's back to being entirely flat because it basically hasn't been painted on. Again, I'm going to start this off at 100% and then basically, sorry, 100%. And then I'll do, was the value affecting that as well? I can't remember.
Yeah, just put that the 1.
A 1 is enough? Okay, so let me, again, I want a fairly big brush to start off with. I'm just going to take that over to the top and just paint that. It doesn't matter about the direction. This is just a weight map, right? So let's just go down to there. And then if I take this down to 60 and then shrink down the brush, I begin to get finer control at this point. So I could do a line of 60. Let's go down to 30 and maybe make the brush a little bit smaller. And this is really crude how I'm doing this, but you would spend a lot more time over this, right? So let's just take that down to there. And then finally, let's do let's go 10%. Do another one, shrink that down a little bit more. Obviously, I've missed that line a little bit there. Yeah, okay, I've screwed up a little bit in the middle, but then let's go, well, 0% is obviously the very bottom. So I'll try to do a 5% with a very small brush. So let me just do that. And what I'm trying to do is make the water gradually die down at the edge. I haven't done a video of this because I really didn't have the time to do it yesterday, and certainly it's not going to work perfectly now. But let's go to our scene. Okay, I've got a couple of breaks. I'm not worried about that for demonstration purposes. But what you've effectively got here, and let's just make a preview of this. So forget obviously over here, and these are still too high. So I probably want to refine that significantly more. But you've got basically big waves happening at the back, still going in the same direction they were. So that's basically right to left at the back and then gradually coming forward at the front. So forget the polygon errors. That's just where I haven't got the map right, and I crossed over the maps, which was stupid. But you can see that it's flattening out. Now we'll obviously make we're going to work on the brush a bit further and see if we can make that more refined. But fundamentally, it means that will take your mesh and flatten it out for a beach front, and that in its own right means that you can make that work and even do it on an uneven mesh, or have your mesh eat into the flat area for the beach itself. So it's going to give you the ability to sort of have that. I mean, you can see very badly, but it working a little. Oh, big wave. There we go. A little bit. It's kind of flattening out there and here, but I obviously haven't got the brush right. But it's kind of gives you an idea of the power of it. So just again, just going back to the core interface, it is remarkably easy to use the basics of it. So creating a mesh, for most people, all of that's going to work. I believe, Sean, doesn't it enable you to tile this out to a much bigger sea seamlessly? I think. Didn't you say that?
Yeah, you just basically give it when you first set up, always work in a small tile like this, then replace it with a mesh that expands out to your horizon. Obviously, you want your mesh to get lower and lower res the further it goes. But if you click on the map tab, right at the bottom, there's because obviously if you got a huge mesh, it's going to try and calculate on all of it. And right down the bottom, you've got a distance fall off. So what that'll do is it'll stop it'll fade off the displacement. So you can then go to a super low res mesh and rely on the textures to create the look of the water.
So it means effectively you can do a great big sea if that's what you want to do.
Yeah. And you don't need high res mesh on the horizon. It could be low as you like.
Yeah, it's also got a follow function there, which means you can actually, if you're doing a scene whereby you don't want to have the mesh go on forever and a boat's going across it, you can have that effectively travel with the boat, going past the boat, but effectively following the boat or object, or whatever the case may be. So you've got the distance fall off. You've got obviously the use depth map, which are really, let's never do that again. Let's use the wind direction map. But the most important thing, obviously, you can bake that as well. And you can bake it after sub D or pre sub D, whatever you wish.
I just realised something. I probably didn't tell you. Go back to your horrible map.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all right. Yeah. Now go to paint depth.
Yep.
That one. Yep. Right. Do you see that the four, add, target, get, set? There's one at the end called blur.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Now, if you paint that over where the bad areas are, it'll smooth all that out.
Yeah, there we go. I'm not going to do that now because we've kind of spent, it's 9 o'clock, right? So, but yes, great, Sean. That's fantastic. And obviously what we'll try to do is we'll try to get a demo of that and do a session on this specifically. But it is, again, an amazing tool included as standard in LightWave 2026. So that's Ocean. And so it's like here's the screen. If you want to quickly chat through the updates to Octane, Sean.
Why don't we show the video?
Yeah, the video. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so here's the ocean spectrum test number 1. And then you'd given me another one with a painted wind.
This one's got a bit of camera animation to show the water going in different directions at different times. Okay, so at different positions on the map. So if you run the second one,
here's the painted,
and you can see here at the back, the water's going right to left across the scene, and then curves round effectively, which is the first bit, the second bit of the animation I did before the depth, and then literally the rest of it is going back towards the sea, towards the top to bottom, if you like. So you've got effectively 2 directions there because of that weight map, and it just works great. And obviously, I took a bit of time to blend that reasonably well. There's a few breakages on the top of the sea, but it works really well. So it's a really unbelievably powerful tool, and really goes quite a bit further than Hot Ocean did. And Hot Ocean was good and was good for years, but it was very old. And what I think has been created there is super fast, really easy to use. Obviously, if you have time, you're able to do a lot more with it, but it's an amazing plugin. You've got included, along with the snow, the thaw, and I tell you what we haven't shown yet is Gaussian splats in layout. Can you do that, Sean? Is that too late to do that?
Yeah, I'll load a couple of scenes. This one takes a little while to load, so give me a chance.
While you're loading up, we'll just carry on chatting. Let me do a quick summary, all right, of what we've shown, and then just so you get a good idea. So obviously we've gone through right at the beginning of this. We went through all the stuff that we've added in previous builds. I'm going to just quickly run through that again, and then it gives you a good indication of how big this particular update is. So previous updates, obviously loads of under the hood stuff, loads of rendering improvements, etc. But so basically procedural geometry, rig it, step it, weight, brush, which the brush tool is fantastic there. Edge slide again, a major thing, fantastic. You've got flow, instance brushing. The instance brushing in LightWave now is amazing. LightWave Pro Tools, Unreal Bridge, I know we did have a bug on the instance brush at some point, so I think we fixed that. But anyway, Unreal Bridge we need to do another update. We haven't done one this year, and we need to sort of get one of those done. Text generator in layout, which is fantastic. I use it all the time. OpenVDB is now really good, and we've made that super powerful for people to use at the highest level. Sort of, it's doing things that you can do in Houdini just as well. It's fantastic. Pick it, hand it. Python 3 was added. Construct, displacement brush, Ripper, obviously first version. Reconstruction filters was the improvement on the render engine. We still need to get people using that because we get people asking all the time, "Oh, my render doesn't look right," and then when they put the correct reconstruction filters on, it's great. Tune filter, staggeringly good tune renderer, and still really, I say still, it's only last year, but it's by far the best at doing tune shading in terms of ultimate control over things behind glass and those sort of things. It works perfectly. VP for Dure, super normals, new box tools, super patcher, renderman, render surfaces, DP kit, DP filter, turbulence, and obviously we upgraded turbulence several times now. And then today we've launched this with Ripper 2, which is significantly faster and is using temporal denoising, which makes it much better on output, massively improves that. We've got the Gaussian splats we're going to show you in a few seconds. And the Gaussian splats are about, you can render them in Octane, but you have no way normally of viewing them in your 3D package, and so you can animate through them. So what we've added is the ability to view it in LightWave, so you can then render it out in Octane. And it's amazing because you can actually do all your animation in LightWave and really know what you're going to get without guessing. So the Gaussian splats is fantastic. Motor Rig, we've just shown, again, fantastic tool. Thor, Snow, the advanced placement, well, that one's going to be used by everybody, I think, as is Thor and Snow, I would have thought. We've got the asset browser, which is a bunch of tools to make your life easier. Really fantastic. Still work in progress on that, but that's coming, and hopefully we'll have a version when we ship on Monday. Windows Node, Fillet tool, Fracture, Ocean I've just shown. Let me just cross that off my list. And Spiderweb, again, so easy to use, a lot of fun to use, as is the Ocean tool. The two camera trackers, the 2D tracker, which is rock solid, and the 3D tracker, which is also rock solid. So it means you don't have to go out LightWave. You can just put your footage in there and track. Amazing. And it's going to save a huge amount of time. Saves you having to buy another 3D tracker. So, it's going to be a great package to use, great set of things to use. We're going to run through the Octane stuff shortly. We've got bend to curve, advanced bevel, fiber effects we covered today. We haven't shown it. We showed it last time, but that's been improved massively. LightWave to Godot, which is a game engine that's free, that's heavily used today. We've got that. We've got the construct updates with the spiral staircase and the curve spline control stairs. glTF, which I've got to say, I thought really was shown off beautifully today, just for fun. USD, which is now able to load USDs into LightWave. Haven't got it saving yet, but that's something that's coming. That's working perfectly. We've got the Ivy system that's in there that's fantastic. The poly reduction tool, the Atlas tool we've shown, Texture Baker, and the masking tool for the trackers. Now, the masking tool alone with the trackers is one of the most complicated jobs you can do. It's all included with LightWave now, so you can do it straight off the shelf. And that's a huge update. I think it's almost as many as we've done on all the previous updates. It's of big ticket items. I remember under the hood, QT is I'm going to just stick with QT is coming, along with other updates on under the hood. And obviously Chronosculpt, we broke it a few days ago, so that will be hopefully available next week, which will be good. So a massive update. So we're almost done. I think we've just got Gaussian splats to show, and then Sean's just going to talk through the updates. So we're up to date with Octane, and there are a few things we haven't included in the Octane updates because you can already do them in LightWave with Octane anyway. So most of the things in there that we've added are things that improve Octane without what's already there. We haven't bothered putting things in that frankly you can do better already in LightWave. So it is up to date, and which is great. So I think I've pretty much talked myself. Mega important just to mention is you're looking angry, Bub. Was that because I mentioned glTF? So well, mind you, Bud, you could mention my depth map. Anyway, for what it's worth. But very, very, very important to mention. Massive update. Obviously, loads of under the hood stuff as well, which we haven't really mentioned. But there's speed ups and numerous things that are improved under the hood. But it is mega important if you want to get it at the reduced rate. You've only got till Monday to do that. After that, it goes up. So get your updates, and I hope some of you are just looking to see what's new, or some of your old users who want to come back to using LightWave. I don't suppose you know how much the update price is, do you, Juice?
Wouldn't it £295? $295.
Yeah, so $295 for the update price. So I can't stress enough, if you've got an old LightWave, and any means any, if you've got an old LightWave, and I think we've even done it on a few demonstrations. I shouldn't say that out loud, but we have. But effectively, any copy of LightWave you've got means you can get the updated price. So you're getting LightWave for peanuts. And just to put it in perspective, with the plugins we've already added, with the plugins we've added today, there's thousands and thousands of pounds of plugins that you would normally have to pay for extra with other packages that are free. Just saying. So you'd have to spend a fortune to get all of those features that are included with LightWave as standard, and actually quite a few of the features we've shown are not available for the free program. So just worth mentioning this, $299 is nothing to pay for this update. It's tiny. So I really can't recommend enough. This is a great time to get it. It's exceptional value. I think I've talked myself out now.
Sean, you ready to show our final thing?
Sorry. Yeah, you want to share my screen?
There we go.
Foam.
Is that by any chance targeted at me and Ocean? I think not.
No, it's at the people in the comments.
Yeah, that's obviously a YouTube. It's not what we can render. Right.
Well, actually, Sean, can you just give me 1 second before you start? Would you mind? Just one quickly. Just because what I didn't mention with Ocean, of course, just remember that Boat and Wake are coming, and so they're just not finished yet. We've just got a lot of updating to do because we hadn't finished Ocean, and Ocean's just got done. So we will be adding those at some point. Oh, there was one last thing I think on the Amiga version. Send me a note, Ben, and I'll quote. I think that's basically, if anybody's the Amiga community basically are using a very old version of LightWave on the Amiga that we have no problem with them using. So just for what it's worth, for all the old people, Amiga users, or those people who want to love retro machines, LightWave is available for that, and it's with our endorsement. And obviously you can update from that. If you want to update from the Amiga one to the PC or Mac version, you can do that as well. Again, any means any, £299, but only till Monday. After that, it goes up. Sorry, Sean.
That's all right. My machine is currently thinking. There we go. It's updating. Right. These are from a library I grabbed online. So they're very, very detailed gals and splats. But for some reason, in the viewport, they don't display correctly. So you got this B, which is incredibly detailed. I mean, this is probably one of the biggest models I've actually loaded. I mean, every little hair is there. It's just incredible. And that's, I'm going to close that now. But the, we're miles away. Yeah, something weird is happening. The points are coming from Octane, but they seem to be, I don't know, I'm not sure what's going on there. The clipping is going wild. So it looks like it's inverted. No idea. So I've got to look into that. That may be something I cannot fix. That's probably just Octane. So anyway, there's this one, similar problem. It's also very heavy. So I mean, it looks like this rock's poking out of the ground there. As I pan around, you can sort of see it come into place. But I don't know what that notification is. I'll read it later. But yeah, this one renders beautifully. Hang on, let's open IPR. Again, it's sort of, the fact that you got this preview, you can actually place your models into that scene really easily. You can see those splats, you can see where the ground is. And yeah, I picked a frame that shows a mess. Yeah, that's probably the best shot there. You can see this rock close in. So yeah, I'm not sure what to really show on this. Yeah, I didn't really get enough time to prep for Octane.
Well,
did you have a scene? Yeah, I mean, you have killed it. You've shown it perfectly. I mean, I suppose my point of showing the splats was originally from the point of view of if you've got a scene like the like a street scene or whatever the case would be, where you might be sort of wanting to fly through that, accurately see what's there. You can visualize that in LightWave to be able to do that fly through. So that's all. I think you've shown that. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I did have that building scene. It should have been in this folder. It seems to be missing.
That's all right. No.
But moving on, I could probably show something I didn't know myself, actually. I've got to thank Lewis for this. But this is the analytic lights. Notice those streaks? That's not volume effect. It's actually being generated with the post volume, which isn't affected by any other light, but analytic lights it works with. So if I take that off, it's gone. Put it back on. That I think is impressive, because that, as you can see, that's a very, very clean render. It's supposed to.
Is that new in?
Yeah, very new. Yeah, because it's the light type.
So you didn't mention at the beginning it's Octane, by the way, just for those who don't use Octane. So this is one of the new updates for Octane in LightWave 2026.
Yeah, so we're looking at. Well, that's interesting. I found a bug. That texture should be stuck to the light. It's not. Well, that's bizarre. But anyway, we got new analytic lights. They got these wicked little panel here, so you can sort of adjust the fall off radius so it's softer. The spread angle, so you can tighten the light up, widen it. So yeah, these render a little faster than your standard lights, which is cool. I don't know what else to show.
Well, do you want to just go through a list of what's been updated in Octane?
Pretty much everything from version 2020 all the way through to 2026. Pretty much everything's been added. I can show this one. These are the new surface nodes. When it gets there you go. These are all the new surfaces you got. Some of them are 2D, some of them are 3D. That one's quite handy. You can do a clock with that, so that I don't know whether that's going to change time as I scrub. Yeah, you can see it's changing time. No, it's not. No, that was an illusion. But you can have that adjust. Why ain't that opening? Oh, that's, yeah, that should have updated actually. I need to check that. Oh, I probably haven't got the surfaces set to update, so yeah, it won't update. That one's a matrix effect. This is this weird cloud that just boils. It's a 2D effect. This one, same sort of thing. It's like cloud that zooms towards you. We got new noises, some other weird patterns that you can, you know, use for creating that zinc material. Yeah, there's some very useful. I mean, that did have a displacement on it, which you can, whoops, plug in. That's chainmail. Why am I updating? Oh, there you go. So yeah, you can do fake chainmail on a character or whatever. Do that procedurally. Yeah, pearlescent. That's some sort of weird fractal noise. Brick, wood. Can't remember. I'll click on that one. It's.
I mean, I think there's
yeah.
20 surfaces, aren't there? There's
yeah. One of these is a Cinema 4D shaders. They are all 2D, but the shaders that are available in Cinema 4D. I can't remember for the life of me which one it was.
Oh, it doesn't matter, but as long as they know it's there, that's all that matters. Yeah. It's all good.
Then there's obviously the updates to the VDB side of it, which I can show now. You can actually preview VDBs that are being loaded into Octane. That's probably not the best display mode. There are multiple versions. So you can basically, we're still, I'm actually waiting for some help on the shaders from someone. They said they'll come up with some for us, but you got a fast shade, which is not particularly good. You got a lit one that just looks a little odd. I'm learning, so that's probably the best one. In fact, it's low res as well, so we'll turn that up, and you can see how glorious that kind of looks. And these are available to native OpenBDB display as well. I can't demonstrate in this one because this build doesn't have it, which is annoying. Fire, it's all there. In fact, that is actually a fire sim, so I can sort of preview that. You can actually see what it's going to roughly look like, and it means you can sort of see visually where your VDBs are. God, there's loads of little things that I've updated. Yeah, there's the no, not render layers. Where is it? Yep, I'm a bit of a loss here.
Oh, it's all good. It's good. We've shown a bit of everything. I mean, I think just to cover it, it's really the major point on the Octane. You didn't really need to show anything. The key thing is we caught up with the updates. That's the primary thing.
Yeah, we're pretty much up to date.
It's up to date. It's got all the latest things in there, and there's more that we'll add obviously on the next version and so on.
That was it. There was Color.io. So you got all these different render types. Basically, well, it's open Color.io. That's all enabled. You basically load a file which you download. I haven't done for this. Those are the bulk standard ones that come with it. So those would be accessible, but you can actually add more by installing a little file, and that's done through where is it? Plugin options. Yeah, the color manage. Oh, I've got one loaded. So yeah, you basically look. Yeah, that's the ACES. But you can. There's a website. If you go to the Otoy website, that'll give you a download link where to download those from. Other options on there as well, which I forgot to mention last time. Where is it? Yep, animated proxies. That's when you load an Orbix file. If the Orbix file is an animation now, it will now play in layout. So I don't know about you, but if the scene gets cluttered, like with thousands of instances, I normally render those instances down to an Orbix file. Sometimes you might have wind blowing in those trees, so if you bake them down, you can bring that tree back in. The leaves will still sway in the wind, so that's fully enabled. Basically, and everything we're up to date. This is running in the current, as you probably noticed when I brought up the about. This is API 2026.2, which is the latest. It's no longer classed as OTOI's beta. They've just released 2026.3, which adds even more. In fact, they're starting to add AI tools as well. So I can't wait to start looking at some of that. But yeah, I wish I'd a bit more prepared. I sort of skimped on this one. I didn't ran out of time. So it's sort of like my apologies, but we're fully up to date.
Oh, it's all good. Let's no problem. Just remember, you did those quite a while ago, so it hasn't been the thing that's been at the forefront of your mind. I think we're good. So let's get back. Let's get back to all three of us a sec. So we're basically done. I just received an image through of Simon Smalley's. See, I want to tie it up now, sort of to finish. But do you just want to show?
I have a thing too, Ed, that I'd like to share as a potential wrap up thing as well. So what did you send me something to? Well, you can. Oh, there it is. Okay, send me whatever, and I'll set it up.
Yeah, let me see.
And what I can do is, while you're doing that, I could do mine.
Yeah, do that.
Just more.
So we have a New Tech used to call it Friends of New Tech. We'll call it Friends of LightWave. We've got a guy or a good friend of LightWave who has created a little app, and he and I have been talking and might use it to start doing some communications. It's a type of application that just makes it easy to send short messages. It's not a grand, huge social media thing, but it's great for just, like I say, quick messages. Hey, this is updated. Hey, check this out. Hey, you ought to look at this. And lovingly, it is called do a nice build. Still showing signs. It's called Honk. And I've worked with him, and we have set up a LightWave Honk group. I forget. I'm honestly forgetting. A flock is what they call it. So we've created a LightWave 3D flock, and we'll be. I'll be at least giving it a go to say new build is available. Maybe this bug has been fixed. Maybe we're going live with a demo or things of this nature. So you might check it out. It's called Honk, Friends and Flocks, as you can see here, and might start using this as for doing some things as a fast way to keep people up to date. So you might give it a look.
I think we aim to have it supported, don't we, fully with LightWave. So the idea is that when hopefully at some point we'll add a feature where renders end, renders end, and it will let you know on Honk.
So you've got a long render going, and you want to go to the movie or whatever. When your render is complete or whatever, that Honk would actually let you know if your render completed or had a problem or anything of that nature. So we're investigating it, but could be interesting.
So I just want to, I'm just trying to find Simon Smalley sent through. I've just updated to you, Juice. Give me just 1 second. Where did I put it? Oh, actually, can you just let me run my screen here just for a sec? I can't find the still Simon sent, but I just want to show this.
All right. So are you sharing something?
Yeah, just one. It's not. Yeah, it's only in animatic form. I haven't got the finished render of it, but it was the animatic basically pre-render for snow use of doing ash for a show I think Simon was working on, which I was going to show. Do you want to just? Shall I share my? I'll share my screen.
Share your screen.
Give me a second. So it's only an animatic, but I presume there is a finished one of those. But let's just do entire screen. Sorry. Oh.
There we go.
So it's a little rough and ready, but this is obviously not finished shot. It's just a work in progress. You can see there's the shot and the sequence of ash created in LightWave for an actual shot, but it's not obviously finished in shot or rendered into shot yet. But it kind of gives you an idea how you can use snow straight away at finished production level. And I think I'm just trying to find where Simon has dumped an image to me, but I can't find it. Oh dear. Okay, I'm not going to hunt around anymore for that. So just again a reminder of Simon's done this spline tool that is fantastic. So we mentioned it right at the beginning of the day, or 4 hours ago, 4.5 hours ago, whatever it was that we started. But it's again, try to catch that. We'll definitely show that probably on the next week's or the week after's demo when we do that, and maybe get Simon on to see whether we can show it. But other than that, I think we've kind of shown everything. I think we've that's the longest one we've ever done.
No, it's over 5.5 hours.
5.5 hours. Yeah, so 5.5 hours, and we didn't really stop. I mean, we had a 15-minute break, and
and I'm shattered.
Yeah,
I think our temp is frayed and our brains got a bit scrambled as well.
Yeah, so we have shown a staggering amount, I think, of updates and from small ones to really big ones. Oh, here we go. Simon Small is actually. I'm going to bung this over to you, Juice. Don't think we have time, Simon, now to show the animation, but I'll see if I can get the just give me a second. Yeah, can I just show the? If I just share my screen, we can see the interface at least. All right. So let me just do that again. So that's the interface basically for Super Spline. So effectively it enables you, I mean, obviously that's just done as a spiral, but you can do it in, like a roller coaster ride, whatever you want, but it literally will follow, objects can follow that around. You can then sort of build around that and everything. It's a fantastic tool, and Simon's just finished it. Would seriously recommend that as something worth getting as well, and an amazing tool. So that was that. So that's good. So let's let me stop sharing screen. And I think now I need to go and have, I don't know, beer, wine, something with alcohol in it. And so I don't know how many people were watching, Juice.
Well, at one point, I think we had, as I was trying to keep up with it, I think our max was 166, almost 170. We probably averaged 150 throughout most of it.
Cool.
We certainly never dropped below 130. for the whole thing. So,
and obviously that normally multiplies hugely afterwards, where people catch it on YouTube.
and
I wonder whether we should probably break it down into 4 parts or 5 parts, 1 hour each, maybe. I don't know. But,
well, it's one of those things that's a YouTube thing.
okay.
It just goes up live. Now I will point out a few things. Number one, I have noticed that there have been some upgrades purchased during the show. I'd like to call attention to the fact that I still have to handle those by hand. Give me until the Monday or something in order to get them all into your accounts. Open beta releases on Monday, so you're not going to have anything this weekend anyway. So just letting you know, give me some time to get them processed. If you have multiple accounts or things of this nature, drop me an email and we can work that out. I'll try to work out and get those done again before Monday. If you've got multiple accounts and you can purchase on the multiple accounts, Get that done. We can merge them after the fact. I don't want you to miss out on the really good pricing simply because you had multiple accounts. I see a question here. Do you know, for the Ashes scene, was a track done with a new tracker?
I actually don't know whether
tracked?
Simon had the new tracker.
No.
I don't think he did. I think he just had the snow tool. But obviously, he'd be able to do that even easier now with the new tracker. So my voice is going, which is good. I think, I'm 5 hours in. It's amazing.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things that guys appreciate you coming out. Appreciate those that hung in for the full thing.
Yeah.
It's the odd one that we do that go this long, and I think I remember why.
Well, I had dark hair when we started the demo. Just saying.
Truly.
I wish I did. Yeah.
No,
it's been good. So,
we almost lost Sean. I mean, seriously. I mean, he fell on the floor out of his chair. It was awful. He almost died. I mean,
he was saved. I vaguely remember, wasn't he saved by Mr. Whippy or something? Something like that.
It was saved by Actory, man.
Yeah. When you think, I mean, basically that is, I think we've shown 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, 26 or 27. We only planned on doing 20. We've done 27. Some of them are brand, you haven't seen. Some of them we have seen. 27 major new features, and that doesn't include the under the hood stuff. Someone mentioned, obviously, debugging. We are constantly debugging, but we also constantly break. So as we update LightWave and as things get added, we break things, and obviously we sometimes miss those, but we do constantly spend time on updates and trying to debug. So just so you know, as you get beta or on the open beta, get bugs in and stuff, but focus on the new tools is the key thing with those. But obviously, if there's any deal breakers in terms of any major bugs, let us know those too. Very important.
And as a consequence as well, I want to bring this up again. I mean, it is one of those things we've tried to make mention of it as we've done. We are moving LightWave forward. So we are starting to get into the things, as we made mention at the very beginning, of this week when we started this show last month, that we're working on a version of Qt 6 version of LightWave that's going to be coming up and coming online. This underlies the fact that I even saw someone make mention of it, that their computer can't run AVX2. I kind of had a little bit of a back and forth with someone here who doesn't like Windows 10, doesn't like Windows 11, so he is still on Windows 7. Guys, we're moving things forward, and some of it is absolute a requirement of being up to date with your OSs, having a little bit more current computers. I mean, I understand budget. I understand, the RAM apocalypse that we've gone through here in the last few months. But people want to have the newer things. And with the newer computers, that means we can make things do bigger, better, faster with LightWave. And some of it, I'm not going to say all of it, but some of it we can code to say, if we're under this particular section, great. If not, fall back to a version. But we can't do that for everything, and we can't do it for every version back to, say, Windows 95. We just can't. And it is one of those things that, we've made mention of it, that yes, Linux is coming. I do not have a time frame on it, but hey, maybe that's going to be the thing that solves some of these people, some issues about, hating Windows or hating Mac or whatever. Maybe you'll like Linux if you don't like all the other. But I'm just saying that there's chipsets have instruction sets that we can utilize, and it'd make it so much. It'd make it so much better if you can, as well as upgrading LightWave. We want you to upgrade LightWave, but if you could also maybe upgrade your computers as well, just to try to. It doesn't have to be bleeding edge, but at least
I think we know, in order to sort of make LightWave go forward, you've got to have it working with the latest graphic cards. You've got to have the latest dynamic systems, and all of those sort of things. And in the AI, as we're already using temporal denoising AI, basically it's doing that off the graphic card. And we've got more AI things we're going to have in there as time goes on. And I think that requires some real grunt, some real power, and so it is important that we can't. If we kept LightWave the same, you can't upgrade it. We're at the point where the things we're now adding have to be fairly state-of-the-art things that we're doing with it. So.
And I'll make mention of this as well. You make mention of the newest graphics cards and everything like this. We just went through in the LightWave 2025 thing. NVIDIA came out with new cards and new drivers that broke everything we had. And that left us scrambling, because we have all of the a lot of people are like, why isn't LightWave working on my computer now? It used to work fine. And I'd ask, what changed? And they say, well, I got a new video card. Oh, you got one of the new 50s. Okay, well, that is what broke everything. And when Apple came out with a new OS, that all of a sudden got rid of NumPy. And shoot, there went half of our Python scripts. So we're having to do everything we can to stay up with what everyone else is changing. Then that's also going to, have a trickle down effect, and it's going to, have an issue with, what systems can continue to run. It's hard, I know. But I just want you to understand, No,
but I think it's important to mention it. And to be fair, I think since we started this, we have said the aim will be to take it forward and advance it and keep it up to date. And I think it's about being competitive. You know, we've got more in LightWave than most other packages have as standard. That's now, you know, we've done a great job of adding features and getting an awful lot of power in there. And, you know, we are all in production in our, you know, other jobs, doing finished shots daily, weekly. I've just gone out of focus. That must be because I'm tired. But anyway, but you've got to have state-of-the-art graphic cards. You've got to have decent graphic cards. Now, obviously, everything we've demoed today deliberately was on the 3080 because it's, whilst that is now two generations behind, I think, and about to be 3 generations behind, it's still a very good card, but not absolutely state of the art. But you saw everything, most things we will show today still run perfectly on that and would do on a 2080 as well. So it's kind of, but there does come a point, you know, like a 1080 is now kind of the bottom rung of what you'd expect most people to be using in production. Certainly they'd be using 20s or 30s or upwards. And let alone then the 6000 Pro cards, which are you know, super capable and things. So we try to make the demos as realistic as possible, but we do have to make and want to make and will make LightWave as fully compatible with people who are making money at it at every point we possibly can. And remember, the aim is to make things simpler, easier, faster for you to animate with. And I think, you know, when you look at Ocean, Ivy, the Moto Rig, Snow, Ocean, Spiderweb, Construct, Ripper 2, all of those things are super fast. The advanced placement is staggeringly powerful, but easy to use. So it's, you know, all of those things are going to give you an edge against other people on other packages. And what is more, because they're all built into LightWave as standard, they work and are compatible with each other. So you haven't got a case of, you know, if someone updates something, something's going to stop working, or something doesn't work with something, it all works. And remember the trackers as well. Normally they're outside the 3D package, not inside the 3D package. You've got a 2D tracker, 3D tracker built in as standard. And obviously Sean's done those matting tools, the in there as well, sort of. So hugely powerful stuff, and that doesn't include obviously the under the hood stuff, which is harder for us to demo, but obviously a stack of that's been done as well. You know, with the cute things coming and the other bits coming. Anyway, we're done. I think we've kind of covered everything. Remember, update runs out on Monday, so get your updates in as quickly as you can. This will go live on Monday, and LightWave Open Beta, and hopefully between 3 weeks, 4 weeks afterwards, we'll be releasing the finished version. So we have good high hopes that people will come back with good feedback and help us get this debugged and so on. So,
and we'll just go ahead and make the announcement one more time. No, Sean Bishop is not Andy's little brother.
Sean,
he's
it is crazy to have two bishops, but
yeah, didn't we do one where we named ourselves Juice Bishop as well? Didn't we do that? We did the 3 bishops. Was good.
Well, I mean, the easiest thing is for bishop, so I could be knight. Or
we did one like that as well. Didn't we do chess pieces? We did chess pieces.
We've done chess pieces. I think we should do cards. That way I could stay deuce and you guys could be
cards. Yeah, that might be the next one. Yeah. I don't know which one I'd be though. Anyway, we're good. So listen, 5 hours. It's enough. Enough already. Let's end.
Well, actually, wait. No. Hang on. If we held out for another 6 minutes, it would be 6 hours.
Oh, come on, I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Yeah.
Fun.
Thank you for joining us, and all those people who watch it afterwards. If you manage to get 6 hours, I'll be amazed. Hope you do. Hope you enjoy all the new features. Huge hug. Remember, update. Get your updates in now. $299 for all of what we've given you, plus what we've done in the past. If you haven't updated for a few years, update. It's huge, and it's going to make a massive difference to your lives. All right, and give you a real edge against other pieces of software. So remember, Monday, 2026. Awesome.
And here I'm trying to find the. Oh, I
Can't
remember now.
I'll keep going. I won't.
All right, guys. Enjoyed it. Enjoyed it.